I think we'll go live. All right, it says I'm live. Welcome everybody. Been a while, but we're doing another test stream this year, which is good. I'm hoping actually to do this a little bit more often, but we'll see how time goes. It all depends on how much free time that I do have. But yeah, looking forward to doing a little bit more development tonight. And back onto my little dungeon game. I have some weird plans with this, and tonight we will do the first steps of those new plans. The idea is, believe it or not, to move this into VR. It's an idea that I've been toying with since last year when I last was working on this. Because that's mainly my interest, of course, as the lead XR developer for Godot. And actually, when I originally started playing around with this concept, I was already discussing with some of my friends about what a game like this would look like in VR. And yeah, the start of this, when I started with this last year, actually almost over a year ago, because I stopped streaming for almost a year, I think. Hi, Alex. Nice to see you again. The original idea was just to see if I could get the dungeon generation logic going, and I wasn't really at that point caring of whether it will become a 3D game or the base of a 2D game or basically a 2.5D game at that point in time, or whether I would eventually see, okay, can I use the generated dungeon for a VR game? But we're going to do it in a very different way than you would traditionally think of a VR game. With a dungeon type game, there's actually a really good one, an Original 5 game where you walk through a pre-made dungeon and fight skeletons and all that sort of jazz. I want to retain the feel and mechanics of a traditional turn-based, turn-style Dungeons and Dragons type game. I shouldn't really say Dungeons and Dragons. It's the concept is broader than that, of course. So yeah, that's going to be the long-term plan with this. Hello, Rapid Killer. Nice to see you. What that exactly is going to look like is something that we'll discover as we're building it. Most of the stuff that I have built so far will be directly reusable, but we're obviously going to start seeing things from the first-person perspective. And we're going to also control the character from a first-person perspective. But when we are looking at how the character actually moves through the dungeon, the attacks that the character can do, and obviously how the enemies react to the player, that is going to stay basically the same as what we've been building so far. So there's going to be a nice, interesting balance between old-style turn-based RPG type game and the fact that we're seeing it in first person and that we're actually moving down through the dungeon. Now there's a lot of challenges that we're going to have to face along the way to get this to do what we want it to do. Not just the fact that we're switching over to VR, but also what's that going to do to our dungeon, right? Right now, when we're playing this game, we are looking at it from a top viewpoint. So we don't really care about that there's no roof on our dungeon. Well, we don't want a roof on our dungeon or we wouldn't be able to see anything. We don't really care about height because it's sort of like as if the top of the dungeon is sliced off so that we can play. And those are all sorts of things that are going to be important once we start with this sort of game. Now, the other thing which is going to be interesting, and that's going to be the subject of today, and what I'm going to be doing today, is that this also means that we're going to have to start looking at a proper load into the game. So I don't just want to, plop in a VR controller in here and then start rebuilding the game as a VR game. I actually want us to start with a proper load-in screen where we'll have a stand-in for a menu system, and that you can, start a level from. And then how that level gets loaded in, we already have our VR player at that point in time that switches how, what the VR player can do. And we'll start creating the logic. That was my headset that fell on the ground. Sorry about that. We'll start creating the logic of, okay, how do we actually run through a game? And obviously thinking about things like scoring and that sort of thing. Now, the other thing which I am still going back and forth with, not quite sure what I want to achieve there or how I want to do it. Right now, we have a concept with this game where we can have multiple characters that are all controlled by the player. So a traditional RPG game, you would have a group of characters that form a team with which you attack a dungeon. So usually you have something like 4 people in your party or 3 people in your party, and you would go into the dungeon with. When we go to the VR, that doesn't make a lot of sense. So on the one side, as a single player experience, we're going to select one of the main characters and play as that character through the dungeon, which then also means that the logic that determines, which enemies spawn in, how many enemies spawn in, maybe even the strength of the enemies will vary that depending on the number of characters. So if there's only one, we obviously don't want to be swamped and overwhelmed by a number of enemies that are really targeted at a party of 4. And yes, that does mean that once we have that single player going, I'm going to start looking at multiplayer. Turn-based multiplayer is a lot easier to do than a real-time multiplayer game, because we don't have to worry about lag, we don't have to worry about anything like that. All that we need to worry about is that one instance of the game is in control. That one decides, what the enemies do, and does the game loop. And the other players are basically, they take their turn. They gave their commands to the server, and that triggers the actions of the character. So in theory, that should be pretty much an extension of what we're already building, with just adding a client mode to the game where you can connect to whoever the server is, and have your commands executed on the remote server. Maybe it will grow from there. I don't know. We're not going to be there until a couple of weeks from now, probably, if not a couple of months. Let's get the basics working first. The other thing which is going to be interesting, and which is probably going to be the very first change that we're about to do, is I want this to actually be able to run on a Quest. So I am targeting the new Quest 2, which I finally have one thanks to Oculus. So thanks to Meta nowadays, as they're called. So many things to Meta. Now, in the beginning, I am going to start testing with my index. It's just easier because it is set up on the machine itself, on this computer itself. And, the version 1 as it is right now will probably not work well on a Quest because of some of the lighting stuff that we do. But once I have some of the basics up and running, we're going to start looking at, okay, what are the bottlenecks that we're going to be running into when we actually export this onto a Quest, and how well does it run? Again, that'll take us a little while before we get there. So let's get started. And like I said, the first thing that means is that we're actually going to start and change this over to the Glass 2 renderer. And we're probably going to get some horrible results as a result, because yeah, we can see that a lot of the lighting all of a sudden is a lot worse. And that's fine. That's just what we're doing. I'm going to see how well that actually goes when we actually play this game. I'm actually not too worried about it, to be honest. You can see that this is a little bit darker, but most of it is still working, which is kind of neat. I had expected one of my dragon guys to... Oh, no, that's because... No, I'm in turn 2. Well, it looks like we broke something because I can't actually move into this next thing. So, that's interesting. Wonder why that is. I'm betting that has something to do with the fact that we just switched it over to Glass 2. Again, I'm not worried about that at this point in time because we're going to move this over to work in a different fashion. All right, so this is called our main scene at this point in time, which is not really what we want our main scene to be called, but that's fine. We're going to move that into a level folder soon. There you go, fudge yourself. We have some interesting people online tonight. Nice of you to join us. Okay. So we're actually going to go and create a brand new scene in which we will set up our whole VR environment. Actually, before we do that, I also want to go and make sure we have our OpenVR plugin installed. So download. Yeah, because I don't think that's not in there yet. Of course, I did load a lot of our dungeon things into a dungeon folder for a dungeon plugin. Let's get our XR plugin installed first. Hi, David Murphy. How you going? Glad you could join us tonight. Nice to see a few familiar faces or names. All right. Almost there. There we go. Is there anything that I want to skip from this? I don't think so. Actually, I do. I don't want the Valve hand models in there because we're not going to use those, and it takes ages to import the images there. So we'll just do the there we go. We'll just do that like that. The other thing that I'm thinking about, do I want XR tools in here? XR tools being our tools library for VR, which actually I should do 1 or 2 streams about and sort of make a small. Yeah, good to see you too, David. Very good. I don't know if I mentioned this last time that I streamed, whether that was already a thing, but I might as well just very quickly give some attention to that. See if I can quickly find it. Oops. Here we go. So we have a new YouTuber. Well, he's not really a YouTuber. He is someone who is helping me and the rest of the team with XR tools. But he is putting a bunch of videos on his YouTube channel of what he is doing. This one is really nice to... oh, let's not do that. Oh. So yeah, this is a little project that he's working on, where you can fly around, and the trick is to go through all these little rings. It's a little test project that he's working on. My point is that he's been doing a whole bunch of improvements and enhancements to the XR Tools library. Now, the XR Tools library itself, hey T-Tech. Hi Ivan, how you going? So he's working on a bunch of improvements on XR Tools, but XR Tools is a really good library for your run-of-the-mill VR experience. So it has locomotion built in, it has teleporting built in, it has the ability to pick things up. But because we're now creating a turn-based dungeon game, we're going to have a very different UI and interaction setup than you would traditionally have. So I'll leave that out for now, because I think that in this case, using XR Tools, we won't actually have much benefit of that, because this is just not that style of game for which XR Tools is meant. Night, yeah, time zone. It is what is it over here? It is 9:15 at night here in Australia. So yeah. Even I'm quite glad that I'm back to streaming. I'm not sure yet how often I will be streaming. I'm trying to do at least once a month. If I can do twice a month, that would be great. If I can get back to a weekly schedule, I don't think I can. I have the time for that right now, but it is something that I'm hoping to get back to at some point in time. And whether that will be back to Friday nights as it was before, or whether I'm going to keep Saturday night as I'm doing right now, I'm actually very partial to making it either Saturday or Sunday night. But I don't know yet. It depends a little bit on how things go. So yeah, let me know if you guys have a preference on what night I should be streaming. Also keeping in mind that for me, Friday night is Friday morning for a lot of people in Europe / the US. So maybe not the easiest time. My throat is a little dry. I hope that is going to go good tonight. So apologies if I am coughing a little bit. All right, we have our nice little add-on in there. That also means that I want to go and turn that one on. That brings in our little drop down, which is fine for now. So let's set up a new scene. And I'm going to call that our construct scene. I'm going to save that as construct, and I'm going to put a nice little script on there already. And now I'm going to change our product settings so that our construct is actually our new default scene. And that one is now going to be the one that we run. The next thing that we're going to do is we're going to go into our OpenXR plugin, and we are going to drop in our first-person controller. And I'm going to turn Editable Children on so that we can actually see what's in there. Now, all of this stuff we can leave as default, but it is going to be important that we can interact with our left and right hand controllers. Just for now, to visualize, we will put just some test cubes on here. Obviously, we're going to replace that with actual hands once we have some nice hands for this. That definitely should not be so big. My controllers just turned themselves off. I think that there we go. Yeah, I think that Steam VR is getting impatient with me. There we go. And a cube on this as well. This is just so that we have something that moves around. All right. So the next thing that we want to do is we want to add a world environment to this. And we're going to create a new environment. And I actually want the environment to be black. And that's the same environment that we have on the what you call it? On the dungeons right now. And that's because we are creating an indoor environment. All right. So we have that. We have that. Do we need a default light? I don't think we're going to put in a default light at this point. That's going to be part of once we start loading in our scene. All right. Now, one of the nice things about the new first-person controller is that it now has an auto initialize, so I don't actually have to do anything. We just do the initialization. We're not going to play around with pass-through, so we're going to leave that alone as well. We're not going to set exports yet. I think that's way too early right now. Seeing that we don't have a light, if I would run this right now, we would be in total darkness. So I'm going to wait with that as well. Okay, I'm not sure how to pronounce your name. No, you cannot yet export for Quest on Godot 4. The problem that we're having right now, well, problem is not really the right word for it, because OpenXR has now been added to the core of Godot, so it's now built in. You no longer use a plugin. We are using the Chronos loader, the official OpenXR loader from Chronos. And unfortunately, the Quest currently, as far as we are aware and have been told, will only work with Oculus's proprietary loader. And that's a bit of a stumble block at this point in time. Now, that is one that we hope to overcome, obviously, in the very near future, either by Oculus adding support for the Chronos loader, for the official OpenXR loader, or we'll eventually do a special runtime build of the Android platform specifically for the Quest with the proprietary loader built in. But that is that'll have some interesting little challenges as far as licensing is concerned, especially seeing that Oculus requires you to accept a license before you use the stuff, which is already a little bit gray area what we're doing here with the plugin. But the plugin, it's pretty much the license is there, so it should be pretty good. But the other thing, of course, is there's still a whole bunch of things left to do, seeing that Godot is still in, or Godot 4 is still in alpha, to make it actually run properly on a Quest as well. The good news as well is that there are now more Android-based VR headsets coming onto the market. So Pico has one, HTC has one now, and all those guys are working on OpenXR drivers as well. If I am not mistaken, HTC just released their OpenXR beta, which is an OpenXR implementation that uses the standard Chronos loader on Android. So I'm hoping that we can start playing around with that soon as well and seeing if that all works. But yeah, that's where the status of that is. So for right now, Godot 4, and I think for the next couple of months, will still be desktop only. You can obviously use it over Airlink. That does work, but running natively on the Quest, yeah, there's we don't know if what Oculus's plans, what Meta's plans are there. Unfortunately, they are keeping a bit of a tight lip on what they are wanting to do there. Canolum, like I said, it's a quarter past, no, almost half past 9, 23 past 9 at the moment over here. So, alrighty. So yeah, seeing that we are in darkness at the moment, we need to actually have something to see. Now, the way that I have done this before in other projects is that I have a separate loading screen, and I might introduce that here as well. I'm not sure yet. And then we swap out scenes. For now, I am just going to work on the swap out scene logic, and we're just going to create a default loading screen. Sorry, not a default logic, a default setup screen that we will be working with. So let's just create a spatial node for that as an anchor point. So we're going to call that world. Doesn't really matter what it's called. And I'm going to add another spatial point here, and that is going to be, we're actually going to call that one main, if I learn how to type. And I'm going to say that we want to save that as a branch because that's the one that we want to go and swap out. Now we have our scenes folder here already. No, but you know what? I'm going to create a new folder for that called worlds. And I'm going to create a new folder here called main. And in that, we will place our main scene. All right, so we can go over there, save that. And that's going to be our scene that we load into. Do I want a base world for that? Yes, I do. So that actually means that we need to start over slightly. And instead, I'm going to just create a new scene. And I'm just going to call that world base. And we're going to put that in there. We're not going to actually put something in there. That's for later. And I'm now going to inherit this scene. I'm going to call that main. And we're going to overwrite our main scene over there. So now that scene is actually inherited from that, which now means that I can go and put that in there. Okay. Now, I don't have a nice thing yet, but I did prepare this earlier today. Boom, mountain. All right, so the idea that I had here, and this is, this is half an hour of mucking about with Blender. So this is just stand in for the time being. But the idea that I have, the dungeon obviously is an underground / internal dungeon that we're currently running through. We may eventually have different dungeons with different looks. But the idea is, we're on a quest, we're going into a dungeon. That dungeon might be under a castle, or that dungeon might be inside of a mountain. It depends where our quest has led us to. So the idea that I had with this is that when we start the game, we enter this this setup scene, this start load scene, whatever you want to call it, where we're actually standing in front of the entrance to that dungeon. And obviously that will have some things around, like a menu and stuff like that, where we can do our character select and our save, or start a multiplayer game and see our our other players pop in. But this is where we do our selections, and then we click on the doors. The idea here is carved out little section. We'll put some doors in there, and you click on them, or you do some interaction with them, and that starts the game. That loads in the first dungeon, and we go and play through the dungeon. Now, the reason why I went with the mountain here, and we'll see in a moment how well that works, because right now we're still in daylight. We're going to start our thing in nighttime. Nighttime has a nice thing. I don't know if anybody saw the movies that I posted a little while ago as I was working on the TPS demo, moving that into VR. Being in darkness and then having a spotlight or something illuminate something, it's a really nice way to create a sense of scale and being in a large environment without actually having a really large environment that, first of all, costs time and resources to load, and second of all, might overpower something. So the idea is, and this is probably already too big. We're probably not, once we're done with this, we're probably not going to see even a fraction of this mountain. But I did want to create a scenario where once we spawn into this loading screen or this startup screen, that we have something incredibly large in front of us. Because that is one of the things that I remember vividly from when I started with VR, and there's a number of VR games that do this really well, is that when you start a game and you're immediately confronted with something of large scale, you immediately get that sense of immersion, that you're inside of a world, to a level of detail that you don't get in normal games. a good example for me is the X-Wing Rogue One demo on the PlayStation VR, where you load into a white environment and all that's happening at that point in time is an AT-AT walker walking past. Another example is with what's that game called? And I think that game did it a little bit later after you've already been playing like for half an hour. The Robinsons on the PlayStation VR as well, where all of a sudden you have a dinosaur walk past. Valve did it really well in Half-Life, where the initial loading screen is just the back of this immensely large Valve head, and then you get dumped into the setup screen, which is just this big relic of a building that you're just standing in front of, and you just get this awe-inspiring sense of size. And that's something that I wanted to try out here as well. Now, again, like I said, this is just a very simple little setup as far as half an hour worth of Blender tinkering around goes. So just to stand in, hopefully I'll get this to a point where we can actually make this mountain look really good. The other thing, and I have to admit that this is a little bit stolen from Lord of the Rings. I also put a little lake behind where we're standing, so we're spawning in. Now, it's possible that you spawn in the wrong way and that you will be looking at the lake and that you have to actually turn around in order to see, you know, the entrance that we that our UI will also be positioned for in front of. But yeah, I thought that was the scene of the Mines of Mora before they go in there. That whole atmosphere of standing at night in front of, you know, this big mountain entrance with this lake behind you, and who knows what's in the lake. Now, obviously, we're not going to have a monster in the lake, but we might do something funny or nice with that lake just to create some atmosphere there. Once we actually have some stuff working, obviously, there's a lot of work to be done to get it that way. All right, so now with this mountain in here, if we go here, we can actually see that, yeah, that's an awful lot of black. Now that's the other choice that I'm not sure of. Right now, we're just going to pump in a light just to play around with that and start making that work and start creating the atmosphere. The other thing, of course, also is our sky is currently black. I'm actually thinking about finding a either a nice star field background, or we might put a few things in the sky, just to get some stars out there, and maybe a moon or something like that, just to again create some atmosphere, right? We shall see. That's going to be, you know, a bit of a question of what will work and what will not. But the other thing that I have been thinking about, and this is again keeping in mind that I eventually want this to run on a Quest, is to tone down the shaders a lot and maybe even go to unshaded shaders and have all the lighting information just baked into textures. So we might get to that point at some point in time. That will require this scene to be completed in Blender and actually look nice. And then, you know, bake out our lighting or something like that. We are still way too early in the journey to worry too much about that. I'm not going to put a directional light here because the downside that we have with the directional light is it will illuminate our whole scene uniformly. Yeah, from one direction, but we'll see the whole mountain, including our edges, and that's something we don't want. So we're going to go for faking things a little bit, and we're just going to add in a little spotlight, and we're going to go and move that around a little. Why does that not want to go? There we go. Okay, we're just going to go do that like that. Now that will probably also determine eventually where our moon will be, because this is our moonlight that we are simulating right now. But it also means that we need a really strong spotlight. So we're actually going to go and increase that quite a bit. that might be enough. I want to get part of the lake in there. And I want to make sure that we have enough of that, but I want to make sure also that we don't get too much of the edges. Now, because this scene is not in darkness, we're going to have to double check whether, when we look at from here, we're basically looking at that we can't actually see the edges of our mountain, because that just needs to fall off into darkness. Now we have a little bit of silhouette of the mountain here, but I'm not too worried about it because there's not going to be a grid behind that once we're in here. But I do maybe want a little bit more brightness in the middle here. So do we want to increase the energy a little bit? That'll probably do what we want it to do. I think that will do fine for what I want at the moment. Right. Okay, I think that is a good start. Hey Lust, how you going, dude? Lust is one of my gaming buddies. So yeah, this is another sort of thing. Manic, yes, I work on Godot 4. I am one of the core developers for Godot. Though I am mostly involved in VR work. But yeah, I do work on Godot. Make sure that actually faces the right way, even though we don't really control how that is done. But for now, I think that will do fine. Now, I don't have shadows on my light, and I'm thinking about, do I really care about that? I don't think I do, because again, the idea is eventually to see if this will run on a Quest. And I don't think the shadows are going to make much difference, because eventually we're going to have doors there. That's just probably this. I'm probably going to make that go much deeper into the mountain, and then just have some sort of entrance thing that we can see. Maybe even when you click on it, the doors open and then we load in. Do something fun with that. Hey, Mini Robo. Looks like we got a couple of people from our gaming streams coming around, or one of my friends who streams that I sometimes play with. It is all fun. Why is there a line 2D node but not a line 3D node? Because we're not in 2D. 3D lines don't really mean anything because you have to have a thickness to things. You can create a line very easily. Just create a path and then extrude the path, and there's your thing. So, but yeah, lines in 3D, just like text in 3D, is a thing in itself. So yeah, Dapper is secretly spying on me. Okay. Hey Dapper, how you going, buddy? Glad that you guys are dropping in, although this is quite a different thing to what you guys are used to, I guess. So I hope I don't bore you to death too much. All right. Hey Craig, how you going, man? Where was the post in self promo? Oh, I could have put the link to self promo, I guess. Anyway. All right, so we have our light, our spotlight to mimic our moonlight. So let's also bring in something that can stand in as our sphere, as our moon, I mean. So now, one thing that I'm wondering about. Let's go and zero this all out. That's on there, which means that I can now do it like this. I can move it far away. Now, what is our... Let's have a look over here. Where's the camera? Okay, now that I want to change anyway. Do I have things on there yet? No, I didn't do that yet. Okay, I'm going to do it over here. Want to make sure that we can see a bit further away than 100 meters. We don't have to look that far away for this sort of game. Why did that? Let's save. Save. And that means that we can put this one on something like 300 meters. Doesn't have to be that far away. Now, our moon is way too small because that's a little dot. So let's make this a little bit bigger. Let's see if that's big enough. I think I want to go twice as big as that. We don't actually need that to be like that. We can do that a little bit less. But the most important thing here, the reason, by the way, that I childed it to the spotlight is now if I change the direction of this, our moon is going to move alongside of it. We have a really horrible field of view here at the moment, but hopefully that'll work properly in VR. Now, the other thing that I want to do is create a material for this. And we are going to make that unshaded. There we go. Because obviously we don't want our light to influence that. Let's actually go so that we can actually see it. Now, why is it all flattened out? I think our spotlight transform is messing with us, because that does not look like a sphere. That looks like something that's been flattened. Or did I not zero something out properly here when I look at that? Come on, scroll. No, that's all good. All right, well, you know, maybe that is, or did I radius height? Why does that not look round? It makes no sense. Hold on, if I put that back here. Scales are all fine. I don't actually care about rotation. Is that just something weird in the editor? Because that makes no sense. That makes no sense at all. Hold on. Ah, no, it does make sense, because obviously if I'm going to make a radius of 20, the height needs to be 40. That's pretty dumb. Yeah, Mini Robo, you're all right. The height should have been higher. That's what you get for not paying attention. Okay, cool. Or for me, not paying attention. So right now I'm just going to make that a nice white thing. Obviously, I'm going to have to find a nice texture for that. Do I still... because I don't really want to draw a moon. Just having a quick look if I can find a little texture that we can use just as a stand-in for now. Radius needs to be half of the height, because the height is basically a diameter. It's because of the way that the sphere is built in rings from top to bottom. It's a little bit dumb, to be honest. I think it should really be something internal where you just set a radius and it's also auto calculates the height. But I wasn't that thoughtful of it when I started. Okay, so do we want to have a nice little realistic moon? Or do we want a cartoon moon? Well, let's see if we can do cartoon moon. Can make a nice little cheese moon. You know what? I'm going to, for now, just use the real one. All right. And this is also going from NASA. I think NASA has got gives quite a bit of freedom in using stuff. There's a displacement one. So we just want to get this column. All right. I think that JPEG version is more than good enough for our purposes today. Again, it is just a stand-in anyway, because eventually I do want a more stylized look in everything. So let's create a new folder for NASA. I always like to remember where I get things from. And we will leave the name of this file as is. And now we go back in our material and we go to albedo. And let's go and have a look if that actually works. Look at that. We have a moon that actually looks like a moon. Perfect. Okay, cool. Hey, Sky, how you going? Yeah, Ivan, Cheese Moon would probably have been a really, really good Valorant in Godot. Maybe someday. Actually, making a mini VR game, I wouldn't mind doing that at some point in the future. But my life has to change quite a bit before I could take something like that on. All right. I want to see if I've done enough for this to actually run and do what we wanted to do. All right. Well, I'm in the right spot. I'm just looking in the wrong direction. I'm sitting down, so I think that's... Oh, I don't want to stand up right now. But seeing the height that I'm looking at, that entrance needs to become higher, because I think if I stand up, well, that is 2 meters. I'm 185, but that doorway definitely looks too small. My moon, on the other hand, looks really, really cool. So that worked. And distance-wise, I think our spotlight can actually be slightly bigger. It's definitely bright enough here. So maybe we can actually make it slightly less bright. Now, obviously, you know, we don't have any sort of texturing on our lake yet. Our lake is just flat blue. Our ground is not textured, so obviously that makes it look pretty horrible. But hey, it's a start. Cheese Moon would be good if you can have walls and growing in your game too. I think I'll get into some interesting little what you call it, legal issues or something like that. All right, so I want to up this a bit because I want to see more of the environment. The hope I have is that this stays dark enough to still look good. And do I want this to be... Oh, I didn't want to move it up and down. I'm gonna do a little bit like this. Now that should have moved our moon as well. So our moon should still be giving us the illusion that that is where the light is coming from. Yeah. Okay, let's see, because only in the headset can we really see what it is that we want to do. Okay. So yeah, now I can look a lot more out into the lake, because the idea that I have is once we do something a lot nicer around the edge of the lake, and then have a proper texture for the lake is actually have some water effects on it. Maybe have some water dripping. You could have like a tree somewhere. That's actually probably a nice thing to add in. Some vines and trees and stuff like that. It's also very interesting to see that the moon does give the impression that it's very far away. Basically, humans are very good at judging depth or distance for like the first 30, 40 meters, maybe even a bit more by our stereoscopic vision. But anything beyond that, we kind of lose that information. So whether that moon is 10 kilometers away or 10,000 kilometers away, we don't see that difference. So the fact that this moon is right now roughly 300 meters away from us, a little bit over 300 meters, it's still, because of the size, it still looks like it is far away up in the sky. So thanks, Serena. That's nice of you to say. So yeah, that is at least something that we can deal with. Okie doke. Let's see, what is the next thing that we need to start building in here? Do we want to spend some more time dressing things up? Or... because the idea is that we don't move around in this game. Well, not directly. So obviously I can stand up and move around some, and if my room is long enough, I could actually walk into the mountain if I want. But we don't have any normal locomotion thing, because this is just meant to be seems bigger when it's near the horizon. Okay, I did not know that. That must be a perception thing, though. It must be because it's closer to the ground, you have more ability to relevate sizes between the moon and whatever is your surroundings, I'm guessing. Maybe the curvature of the Earth acts like a lens. I don't know. Not the expert here. Yeah. Because definitely stuff like texturing and improving our little mountain, that's not something that I really want to do on stream, because then I'll be busy for hours just moving vertices around and stuff like that. That's going to be really boring. I don't have anything right now that I can do for the doors. The only thing that I'm really wondering about is no, with it, because again, the problem that we have here is that our background is providing a lot of light as well. So we really need to go in here to get a better idea and a better understanding when the lighting is too bright or not. Right now, also our mountains are obviously a very light color. Eventually, once we start texturing that will be a much more darker color for the mountain itself, and probably a nice texture for the ground. So I'm happy to keep the brightness of everything the way that it is right now, because one of the things that I want to do, and we can have a look at that. So if we look at Mines of Moria entrance, oh, I spelled that wrong, didn't I? So one of the things that of course is really cool in the movie is you have much more darkness here, and it is magic in combination with the moonlight that is lighting up the whole environment and making our doorway portal lighter. And again, I'm loosely using that as inspiration for our startup screen. But I'm definitely planning to do something similar doorway wise. Obviously our door is going to be bigger because I want a party to more easily get in. But I want that effect where it has like a glowing border, maybe glowing runes in there, just to get that effect. Yeah, this is sort of the look that I'm going for. So having that water sitting here as just like this dark lake, maybe you have some ripples going over the lake. Yeah, once I get some proper textures for everything, that'll start working pretty well. And then I need to do something nice with the doors. That should be a nice little opening scene. All right, so now I need to think about all right, so this is what I was talking about Half-Life Alyx, which I can go and open up that one. It's a shame that when you have just a photo of the game, you can't really get that sense. Again, where the player is just starting in this ruined courtyard in front of a building, or street, I think it is. This is just a dystopian city that we're in. And a game like that does that very much on purpose. So one thing, I'm going for a stylized look. So it's not going to be photorealistic, but it's also not going to be cartoony. It's going to be something a little bit more in between. But 3D modeling and especially texturing is not really my specialty. So that is something that I'll be working on off stream, and eventually I'll turn hopefully the mountain into something a little bit more pleasant looking. Right now it's just to get the objects in there and the proportions right and stuff like that. So anyway, as I was saying, the whole reason why a game like Half-Life Alyx does this is not just the visual start of it. You start up in a game and you're immediately in this larger than life environment where you get this real feeling of immersion. But it's also because when you look at a VR setup, you don't know enough about the player's environment. And in this case, I mean the real player, the person playing your game. So in my case, for instance, I have lighthouse stations set up on both edges of my room. So I have quite a large space that I can walk around in while in VR. Other people might have a very small space, or people who have a Quest can basically play anywhere where they want to be. So you're suddenly in this situation where the environment that the player is in might be 3 by 3 meters or maybe even larger, and your player can be anywhere within that environment. So you don't want to load into a startup screen when you don't yet know where the player is going to be when they first load the game, where the player is suddenly standing. Well, for instance, in our case, you could spawn into the water. You also want to prevent that if you are in a loading screen like this or a startup screen like this, where the player character can't move beyond physical space, that they can move, like I said, right now this is small enough. When I start in, I can actually walk into the mountain. And then obviously the whole illusion breaks, because the moment that I go through the mountain, then I'll see, actually, I will see that. And all of a sudden I'm going like, hey, I'm inside. Oh, hey, there's some clipping issues in this game. And of course, with a normal game, a non-VR game, you would stop the player from doing that. The player moves forward and until they hit an obstruction, and then the game stops. But you can't do that in VR, because I can take a physical step forward. If there is room in my living room to take another step forward, and my game stops me from doing that, people get motion sickness. People don't like that. And it breaks immersion right away. So what a lot of games like these, and what I am trying to do here as well, is create an environment that is very likely going to keep the player within an area where it is safe to walk around. Now, in my case, I might need to make this part larger. I might need to bring the bank of my little lake forwards to maybe over here, so that I have that, well, probably 3 by 3 meter area that makes it very likely that my player will be somewhere in that space, and then, you know, either walk to the center of the play space and look in the right direction, or do something that makes sense. Now the other thing, and that's why I was looking at the screenshots here, is that obviously, as beautiful as the background is, all that the background is a background. it's just eye candy. It doesn't even have anything to do with the game. That's the thing that I find really interesting, because while Half-Life itself, obviously, when you play the original Half-Life games, you know, you get into this world that's slowly being destroyed by the bad guys. Alex, you know, you're starting in a city, and you're playing through that city. That city is not in ruin. It's not in the best condition, but it's not in ruin, not as this image would suggest. Now, I have to admit, I haven't played Half-Life Alyx all the way through to the end. I really should. I just haven't had time to finish it. I still plan to finish it because it's an amazing game. So I don't know if it may be at the end of our Half-Life Alyx, whether that picture makes more sense. But again, it is eye candy. It is, you're loading into something that just gives this immense sense of scale. And then the most important bit, of course, is there's a menu system floating in the air that you interact with. And that might actually be a good reason to install XR Tools after all, because that is part of XR Tools, and I can immediately start using that. So I might still end up doing that just for that logic, even if I don't use the rest. Yeah, I might just do that, just to save myself the trouble. I mean, it also means that I can just put our XR Tool hands in place just as a stand-in. So let's go and do that. There we go. So that's our little helper library. We don't want anything from the roots. And the rest, we just do our standard stuff. Okay, do I need to enable that? I don't think that actually does anything, but you know. But that now actually means that we can have our left hand scene. And we no longer need our block. I actually didn't even check if our controls were working. We might do that in a minute. Let's put a right hand scene in there. There we go. Jose, this is indeed Godot 3, but I'm running on the Glass 2 driver, and Fog being a post-process effect won't play nice on mobile hardware like a Quest. So I'm staying away from the more heavy techniques. And a bit in the menu? What do you mean a bit in the menu? You mean that the... I'm not quite sure what you mean by a bit in a menu. But... Okay. So yeah, so I'm staying away from some of the heavier effects, like for instance fog. Now, of course, just the fade out fog in environment, yeah, we could play around with that. No, that's already immediately the... So I'm not too worried about that right now. Mind you, that once we might have it running both for desktop and Quest, we might have some graphic improvements. But it's not something that I'm worried about right now. That's something for later. Okay, so we should have our hands right now. And now part of our main scene here. And a question here is whether we should center it on the player or just have it somewhere in the world. I'm thinking for now, I'm just going to have it somewhere in the world. But we'll put in our little screen objects. Now, this one's way too big. So let's just keep it for that for now. I do need to scale this one up. So 600. It's not 6. Is that 400 then? I don't know. Well, we'll see if that that makes sense space size wise. But now we need a 2D scene, and that's going to be our main menu. And I'm going to go save that. That is going to be in here. There we go. And actually, should I make that a canvas layer? I always forget what is smart. I think. What is that right now? Just a no 2D. No, I need to make that a control, I think. Because I think with that, I can use that for positioning. What's my warning saying? Container balance serves no purpose unless a script configures elements. Yep, that's fine. Oh, okay. So it wants me just to change it to a normal control node. So it's fine. We'll keep the control node. Is my size still the same? Yep. Perfect. Okay. So the next thing that I want to do is put in a texture rect. Actually, that should be a color rect. There we go. And I want to make that nice little green, and I want to make that transparent. We might change that to a different color eventually. But we have that for now as a placeholder. That means so that's already in transparent. So oh no, that wasn't world main. All right. Now we don't have anything in there yet. VBox container. All right. So size right so there's horizons expand. Yeah, no, it's just expand. I think it's size based on what we put inside. I always forget about that. So just add a button in just for now. All right. So do we need to do that both then? No, that's not what we want. I don't do 2D that often, so I always forget what the proper settings are for this. Because I thought it was expand that made it the same width as that. Teotech, I'm not sure how Unity does that, but what I do with the hands is that these hands have different poses set in the animation. So these are poses set up in, I think, in Blender originally. So we got a grip pose and we have a default pose, but they are then controlled by an animation player, and we switch between different poses that way. So you could add poses to the animation player with the hand properly gripping whatever object that you have, and then switch between those. So we might eventually get something like that working in here as well. However, I'm trying to remember how that's... So I've done this in code, but not in here. So what am I missing? Am I using the correct... end to end? You know, one thing that we could do is just leave it up to the buttons to position themselves. And obviously I need to eventually start styling these buttons properly. But the idea obviously is, so let's maybe just start with that and see where we end up. So for now, these are placeholders anyway. Make that new game. Obviously, I need to make sure that we have some margins there as well. And we'll eventually be hiding the buttons that we don't need or that don't apply. For now, these are just placeholders for what we need later on. Load game. Save game. I need to start making textures for these things so that we can make it look nice. What else would eventually be something that we need? One thing that I do want is fonts. Right. Oh, this is still Godot 3, so we need to have a font in here. Do I already have a font in here? Probably do. Fonts. I'm using FireMono. What is FireMono? Where did I get that from? Let's have a look if that looks cool. New dynamic fonts. Code. Add-ons. No, not add-ons. Assets. Fonts. Fire. That looks all right. What about this? This one I've always used. Medium one. There we go. Yeah, I like that. That looks nice. But I want it to be much bigger. That was the whole reason why I started doing this. With that, I can say save. I'm actually going to put it in here, in here, in here. Fire, mono, medium, 32 points. Save. Okay. And that means I can now say copy. And normally you would actually start creating a, what do you call it? A theme for this. For now, I just want to have these in there. Let's see, override, response. There we go. Yeah, that sounds pretty cool, G-Tech, but someone will have to someday make something similar like that for Godot. Because that sounds like a lot of work went into that to make that all work. So let's save. Make a button for hosts. And make a button for join. And again, these are just placeholders for now. We might, in the end, have many more buttons that do many more things. The other thing that is... I probably want to center this. But I also want to have a bit of margin at the top. So... something like that. Maybe also some margin at the bottom. Oh, really? I don't think the bottom margin matters because everything is positioned from the top down anyway. But I think for now that will do. All right. I don't think we need to reload that before that actually takes effect. There we go. We got our menu. We got a menu backwards. That's funny. Well, that's easy to fix. There we go. Alrighty. Now, we also need to be able to interact with this menu. So we'll go and move that to a nice position that is visible to the user, but somewhere over there. That's probably a good idea. We need to put a bit higher because again, you know, I'm now sitting down, so it'll look like it's in a bit of a weird place. But eventually, obviously, we're going to be standing when we play this game. Or are we? That's another thing to think about, and that might mean that we actually need a settings button for this as well. So we have a settings button in there because obviously we'll want to have some settings eventually. All right, going back to main. No, going back to our constructs. We want to enter or add our pointers in here. This one too. All right. Those are going to be our laser pointers so that we can actually interact with our menu system. However, one of the things that I always like making is that we only have one pointer active at any given time. So, actually it's going to be one. Okay. That used to have signals. Did I accidentally break that? Or, well, I can do it through here. So that's okay as well, I guess, because it's just reacting to the button that's being pressed. Okay. Oh, I just linked that to the wrong one. I don't want it there. Why did you do that? That's not what I had in mind. Just disconnect. I need to have that on the main thing. There we go. All right. So this now is going to be left or right pointer. Actually, we're going to check if that is already set. If not, then we're going to change it. And then we obviously need to load and hide things. Pointer. So, something that we're gonna need to switch around. In this case, we're going to do FP controller left pointer dots enabled is pointers enabled, and left or right pointer is 1. And on our right hand controller, double S, there we go, is 2. Okay. Enable pointer. Actually, we're going to default that to 2 then. So we're also going to do that. And now we need to do the same thing for our right hand. There we go. But now we're saying if it's not 2, then it becomes 2. And then we enable the right one. And then eventually we'll also have the ability to disable the pointers altogether, which is going to be important when we actually play our game. I need some water. Where did my lid go? All right, that's gonna be cool because I don't want to have water spilling all over the place. There it is. Okay. Well, if I'm standing anyway, I can go and test how far this works while standing up. I need a second camera that's actually set up for when I'm standing. Okay, here we go. All right, now I need my little hands. Turn that on, turn that on. Wait until the tracking is, there we go. Okay, so position of my hand is not correct, but that is all right. And there's my little menu. And I can go to each and every one of these buttons. That's cool. All right. So I can switch whether I want to have the left or the right. Now, obviously, there are a bunch of positioning issues to sort out. But that is all right. That is easy to start working on. All right, cool. Now, obviously, this is the thing that I was talking about where you spawn into the game. For whatever reason, SteveVR is deciding to put me here and looking in that direction, even though I want to be looking in that direction. And I would like to be standing somewhere over there and have the water be a little bit further away. That said, looking up towards the mountain is very cool. Still think that the light should go higher. But I see more to the sun there. So I think we need to treat that a little bit more as well. Okay. There we go. Yeah, I need to have a second camera set up so that when I stand up, I can switch cameras and you guys don't look at my belly instead of seeing me do what I'm doing. All right. Now, obviously, the menu didn't do anything yet. It's just there. But hey, it's a start. So, what else do we want to do here while we're building our start? Well, so we started somewhere more over here, but that's something that we can't really do much about. I actually want to have a center screen feature. That's actually before we do anything else. Let's go to our construct. This is actually one of the problems that our good friend OpenXR does have, and there's a really interesting, really cool video online by a guy called Nim Sony, who accurately is complaining about, hey, position-wise, everything that we have, why are our hands not positioned where we expect them to be positioned? And basically, our center point of our hand is can be set either to the grip point, but I think we're defaulting it to the aim point. So it's basically what we're aiming from. Oops, I don't want to move you. I want to move you. And the other thing is, this guy, for some reason, is offset. Why are you offset? I actually don't want you to be offset. It's the same with this guy. I don't want this guy to be offset. And that kind of means that I want my pointer to sort of come out of my finger. Move that a little bit in just for artistic, so even though it's still not entirely the position, because our aim point is kind of from here. Oh, it actually depends on the controller. So when I'm holding the controller, our grip point is here on the controller, and our aim point is actually the tip of the controller. You can see that my hand is much further back from that point. So if I wanted to accurately position this, I should kind of position it like that. That is probably closest to. But at the same time, one of the problems that we also have with this is that it's dependent on the controller that you use. So not all controllers are tracking the same way or even looking the same way. You know, you look at, it's the right one. No, it's the wrong one. Let's do. You look at the Quest one. Well, you can already see, right? In this case, my grip is here, right? But my aim is much closer to my hand. You know, you see the difference here. How much more forward we are on the index controller. So our aim point is much further forward than it is on our Quest control. So while that makes it correct for our laser beam to come from our aim position, our hand is going to be either too far forward or too far back, depending on whether I'm using a index controller or whether I'm using a Quest controller. So we just have to take some artistic license there, I guess. For now, moving that to that will do fine for our purposes right now. That is one of the things that I do like about a game like this, where we're also just using our own hands or our own hand models. We're not trying to mimic the actual player's hand. We're just trying to get something that looks like a hand and is roughly positioned in the right spots. Because in this case, we're not making a game where we're interacting a lot with physical things in our world. To extent, we're even using laser pointers to interact with the menu instead of walking to the menu and pressing our finger against the options. Which you may add eventually, that you can actually walk up to that menu and click it with your finger. That would be kind of cool. That's actually something that I've been wanting to add to XR tools for a while now. And it's not hard to do in Godot. But I think in this situation, I do want the laser pointer approach. The other part of that being that this is actually a game that will probably be most comfortable to play sitting down, because we're not actually needing to walk around the game world. We're actually going to be, well, you know, it's going to be a turn-based game where the movement of the character is based on selections and you know, controls of the game character. So that's going to be also an interesting thing is what do we do when a player stands up and walks 3 meters forward? Does that mean that all of a sudden they become third person and we look back and we actually see our the character that we're playing just standing in the square that they're currently supposed to stand at, which is a fine game mechanic. It doesn't have to be constantly first person. It might actually be very interesting to play a game like this and be able to walk around the game world when you're deciding what the character needs to do. I haven't really decided yet how far off I want to get with that. All right. Now, what's next? What do we want to do with this next? I really want to add some sounds in this already so that we can actually hear when we're interacting with something. The big question is, where do we should have some music in the background when you're standing here, I think. I've never really looked for game music before, or even, stand-in game music. So what would work for that? 0 game music. Also stuff on sound. Oh, we don't want that. Am I still on images? I got some stuff on open game art. That's interesting. But then the big question is, what would work? Oh, we're going specifically to someone's music. Okay. Dungeon ambience. Okay. That sounds something that... oh, hi, Nibus. How you going? Okay, you guys are not going to be hearing this. Okay, so how am I going to do this? You guys can hear it and I can hear it. I think what I'm going to have to do... hey, where's my... There we go. Oh, that's going... Okay, hold on. Back to index. I can... where is that? It's in settings. Audio. So the mirroring actually needs to go there. Now you guys are gonna hear all the creepy music, and I'm not hearing it. Never know. I should be able to hear it on this. Yes, it is working. This is really creepy music. Oh, what are we doing? Okay. I'm not sure if this is something that I want to have playing in the opening thing. However, yeah, how do I download this? Why hasn't it not remembered my login? The cringy noise just scared the heck out of me. Yep, pretty much so. Okay, why is that not working? There you go. Okay. I'm actually going to download that just in case you find that interesting to use. Let's see what else he has. Pretty cool. That's a whole pack. Menu music. What does he think is menu music? It's a horror dungeon game now. I am actually not against that as an idea. Okay, now one thing that, again, I find very important. Downloads. Okay, I believe we can play OGG files in Godot, so that's good. No. Dungeon. Assets. Open the game. Arts. Belmont Republic. And then let's move that one there already. The heck is that? That's probably for a existing game. That's a little loud. I'm guessing those are names of levels from a game that he's worked on. No. That's it's a little heavy. I want something, you know, something synthy background sort of music. It sounds a bit dark. I don't know how loud it is for you guys, so I'll turn that down a little bit. Let me know if it's too soft or too loud. But no, that's not what I'm looking for. Now, this is your music. All right, hey, they got sound effects here now as well. That's cool. That's interesting that I just found CC0 music, but does this mean that everything is included? Look. Where does it say? Okay, so if I don't specifically look for a license, I get CC0 music. That's good. CC0, by the way, means that I can just freely use it without worrying about copyright and stuff like that. Which I think is great for just stand-in music for now. So the mice music, well, it sounds kind of nice. Field of Dreams with that. I don't want to sit here for an hour listening to music. I'll probably just choose something just to use for now. But we also have sound effects here. We need some sound effects. So kind of happy that they have now added much more stuff than the last time that I looked at this. Game. A little bit too, this might be good. Adventure begins. too heavy-handed. Interesting that our dungeon music was actually fitting. Okay, I just want to see if there's something that stands out name-wise. Tower of Great Lords, okay. Boss battle music. I actually don't mind that. So this one's CC by 30. And that basically means that I can use something like this, but I have to make sure that people know that it was made by Alexander Zelenov, which I'm fine with. I like this actually. And again, right now on stream, I've shown it, so that's all good. But if I ever use this music and release this game, then obviously I need to make sure that it's in the credits. And I'm more than happy to credit people for their work. Yep, exactly. SLX. Just they don't want to sit here on stream listening to music for 3 hours to pick which one we're using. But I think that one is actually a really nice one to have in the background here. So that's going to go over here. So audio player. Now in this case, we want to make that a normal audio stream player. However, that means that we're going to go and, oh, look at that. I've already added all the different buses here. That's good. So this one is going to go. And we're going to go to OpenGameArt and Alexander. We're going to get that in there. We need to autoplay that. But we need to make sure that that goes to our music bus so that we can later on get all our audio levels to be done individual. And that plays nicely inside here. All right, so that should mean that when I start this up in the headsets, as soon as we get in here, we should have that playing. Now, the other thing is it's already defaulting on loop. So when the song finishes, it just starts from the beginning. I've got no idea how long this thing is. It's... Let's see what happens when it finishes. Okay. That's not bad. That's not a bad transition. Now, we can change that it doesn't loop automatically by taking this and then re-importing. And that means that when our audio stream finishes playing this song, we actually get a signal that it's finished and we could load up a different song. Now for our title screen, I'm happy to just have one song playing over and over again. In the game itself, we might have a list of songs that we just loop through. The other thing, of course, is I don't think that really applies to the type of game that we're building right now. Is that we could have sound changes or soundscape changes. Like, well, one of the things that obviously I'm thinking about doing here is if I do have the drips in the water working. That every time that there's a new drip in the water, that we obviously get the sound effect of the drip drip. But that is for later. Okay. At least we got some music in here right now. We're just playing it at the default volume level, which is fine for now. Okay. So let's have a look at sound effects. Now here we probably need to go and I want to go and the sound effects for a menu. Oh, there's a whole bunch of sound effects all in one thing. That's not the way that I like things. I want something to, as we're moving over the buttons, as a button gets highlighted, we get a little ting, 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 ting or something. Ooh, healing spells. It's a shame that it puts it in one. Is that something that then gets separate? Oh, that's something to remember. Nope. It's again all sorts of different. Is this? It's just an example. Okay. No. Okay, what do I want then? That is actually one of the things that I want. And that might actually do as a stand-in for now. Okay, CC30 again. I really wish when you download files like this, it actually comes with it would actually come with a license file so that I don't have to remember who did it. Yeah, I'd love to just have a little license file up here. Anyway, you know what? I want to. Oh, I can't do that in here because I'm going to screw up our music. Or do I want to have a little text file in there? I don't know. Anyway, all right, this is going to be interesting because that is a 2D menu. But we're placing it in space. So I think what I want to do so basically, we're going to go and react on the mouse entered here. Okay, so that means that I need to get a button script here. No, I'm going to put that on the main menu. I'm going to create a main menu script here. Create. We're just going to create a signal for that. Okay. Where are you? Mouse entered. I'm going to call that play mouse sound. Connect. Okay. And we're going to repeat that for all of them. So that they're all gonna go. And normally I would play the sound and just trigger it here, but because I want to use spatial audio, we're not going to do that. So we're going to link up all these buttons, all the mouse entered events on these buttons. That means that when our mouse enters, which in this case our laser pointer is actually being is pretending to be a mouse. That's why this should work. There we go. Okay, so we've got all those. Sweet. And in this case, we're going to emit a new signal. Emit signal. That should autocomplete. I don't know why that's not autocompleting. All right. And this allows us to just broadcast that up the chain. Now, before we do anything else here, I need to actually add in a new script here. And we're going to leave that alone. That's just a placeholder script. But that means that I should be able to now do an extend script here. And that now gets extended properly from the web page. In this case, on our ready, what we want to do is we're going to create a function here. Oops. What do we call it here? This one. Pass. This ready should be called once our scene is already run. Let's see. Yes. Instance. If that's working correctly, what we want to do is scene instance connects. And that's going to be play mouse entered sound. And that is going to call ours. And this is C++. That's not ViewScript, it's ViewScript itself. Okay, so I'm actually going to call this background music player. And now I do want the 3D one. And here we're going to do sound. And I'm actually going to go and put that over here. I'm going to zero out that so that sound is going to be originating from here. We are going to go and find our little click sound. Yeah. That's very soft because of where it is. I guess that's our dialogue sounds. Okay, now that might end up being too soft, but we'll see. This is complete overkill, by the way. We're just going to trigger a play whenever our mouse over happens. Okay, let's see if that all works. We probably have to tweak the sound level of these things. But let's see. All right. Yeah, we have music. Okay, why do I have that going? I think that's because I'm not tracking my... Is there something weird going on? Yeah, so my laser pointer wasn't being turned off properly. either the sound is too soft or that it's not working. Let's wait. Oh, okay. Right. I forgot something really important. So, let's go and do that first. Because the thing that we're forgetting here is that we are checking a left or a right, but we're not checking which button we're pressing. So it's actually reacting to the wrong button. I think our keybinds. No, that's actually still in there. I think that one of the newer versions of Godot no longer has those constants, which is annoying. So that should fix that. But the other thing is, oh, that's why I forgot to hide those again. So they were still visible. It's not supposed to show the hand controller until it actually detects a working hand. But of course, if it's on by default or visible by default, then it'll be visible by default. All right. Now the other problem there is that if our... No, I'm not too worried about it because we're not going to get button clicks in that case. So, all right, so that should solve that. Make sure that it only reacts to the trigger button. But now, why did our sound not play? Now again, that might just have been a matter of it being too soft. Because that's the downside of 3D spatial sound, is the volume changes depending on how close you are to the originator of the sound. So, all right. Let's make that a bit louder, see what happens. All right, that's definitely more audible. Okay, I think it's max. Okay. Yeah, now I can hear it better because we're closer. Oops. It's a bit sensitive. Doesn't seem to make much difference, does it? And again, I wonder if that has something to do with the fact that our max dB is what it is. Did I have anything on here? I don't have an effect. Because this should make it almost 4 times as loud, I think. But I think it's somehow maxing out or something. It's one of those things that's a bit of a shame when you're using spatial sounds. Well, I can still hear it, even though I'm much further away now, because it was originally... Yeah, that was way too soft. Okay, let's see if that works when we're in VR. Now, obviously, it could be that our music is completely There we go. Is it working again? I hope that wasn't too long. That my my mic suddenly decided to quit out. I think my my mic's dying. It's happened a few times that it suddenly decides to no longer work, and I need to unplug it and plug it back in. So I hope that wasn't too long without sound. Thanks for letting me know that. No, noobs. All right. So our sound is actually playing. I am a little bit annoyed by the fact that if the controller isn't being tracked, that it kind of screws a few things up. So I need to figure that one out at some point. However, I'm actually going to go and say, I'm going to turn the autoplay off again because I want to be able to hear the click sounds a little bit more clearly. All right, so there's a couple of possibilities. One is that this is actually running before our other thing is running. So I'm actually going to put a breakpoint down and see if that actually runs. And I'm going to put a breakpoint down and see if we actually get that called. And then in here, did we forget something here? Now we've got our function there, and we have our emit signal there, and that should be good enough for a mouse entered and mouse exits, or actually only mouse entered we're using. So let's see what it does. That's not a breakpoint. I put a breakpoint there. I'm not getting my ready called. Why is my ready not being called? Set to main. Why is my ready not being called? That shouldn't matter. Okay, that's weird. Why are we not getting in here? That makes no sense. I don't know if you can put a breakpoint on a pass. I guess not. That is weird. Really? Okay. What's going on here? The weird thing is, I don't see my script here. It should be showing that. Yeah, it's a USB mic, and the laptop that I'm using for streaming, it's starting to get old. Although it's weird that I have had the problem with both laptops. So, but yeah, it's a problem when you connect too many USB devices. Things start to go haywire. So. I'm gonna choose to at some point get a better machine, I guess. So why is our rating not being called? That makes no sense. And the other thing is, why is my... Okay, so somehow Godot decided, because I added that script later on, that there was no script on our main here, to remove it and override it. There we go. And we'll probably see that that was all that... Oops, that was the wrong button. I hate it when I do that. There we go. Okay. I believe that will all work just fine from now on. Continue. Let's... Okay. Now that could still be... hello. Okay. Thank you. Okay, it's not hitting a breakpoint there, so we're still not where we should be. Okay, that's interesting. That when my headset was not on my head, I couldn't use my controller. Okay, so it's not because it's not getting there. So either my connect here failed. Actually, there's more errors here. Control attempt to connect non-existing signal. Play mouse entered. Okay. Okay. So I'm guessing that is because I'm not I'm just getting a spatial note here, not a... How does that work? How does that work? So our C node is null here. And we instance it here and then add it. So that should be the proper instance of our... Oh. That is this one. That's our control on which we've defined signal play mouse enter sound. Oh, entered sound. Yeah, helps if we actually give it the right name. Let's see if that works better. Now, the other thing that I'm going to do next, because it's getting a bit crazy, we're going to have a centering mechanism. Come on, check it. There we go. There we go. Okay, now the funny thing is that depending on... I don't know if they're stereo on YouTube video, but I can now hear that coming from the right place. All right. Now, the other thing that I notice is that it's a lot louder than it needs to be. Of course, we put it up because we couldn't get it to work properly initially. Let's go and put that back down to 6. All right, so the other thing that I wanted to do, am I going to go and do that from here? I think so. I want to make a centering thing that we can center our view to our default player position. So when we look at our FP controller, that our player will be centered over there when they hold that button. Okay, so we can build that here as well. Now we already have, excuse me, we already have that we are reacting to that. In this case, I only actually want that to be on my right controller. And we're going to put that on the A button. Okay. So I also need to have that connected to there. Am I going to do it like this, or am I going to make a special script for that? I think I'm going to make something new for that. I'm going to do that differently. Disconnect. And that might eventually end up in XR Tools as well, because I've been wanting to add something like that for a while now. Okay. Why does it? I should have added it there. Something. Okay, let's reset that all. Boom, 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 boom. We're going to create that as a new branch. Scenes. Part of UI. Not. Let's actually save this before we get that same problem as before. Create a script on this. And this time we do have a script there. Yay, that one's right. Cool. Okay. So I'm not going to bother with all the checks at this point in time. Okay, so we're going to get our parent. And I want to cast that to a ARVR controller so that we know that that one's good. If we have a valid controller, we can connect some signals. So pressed, and we want a func button released. Learn to type, Bass. Come on. Getting tired, I think. Okay. Button underscore pressed and button underscore released. All right. Let's hope that spelling is correct. So now we get that when we press any button on our controller that this is now a child node of, we get that called on that. Now here gets the difficulty. Okay, GitHub, Godot VR, Godot OpenVR, issues, controller mappings. All right, so the Vive one doesn't have ABs, but for now we're just gonna do. So on the touch, it's 7. And on Valve, it should also be 7. Where is 7 is A button. Exactly. So we're going to do this button is 7. If button is 7, boom. Then we're going to react. And what we're going to be doing here is we're going to add a little timer. Boom. Call that reset timer. It's going to be a one-shot timer because we start it and it stops. Let's just do 1 second for now. Okay. So here we're going to say reset timer start. And if we release the button, we're simply going to stop this now. And basically what that means is if I click my A button and I let it go before a second passes, nothing happens. But if I keep holding it and the timer finishes before I let go, we're going to have our timeout. And in our timeout, we're going to say, here a server, center on A and D. We're going to reset, but keep tilt, which means that we're going to be looking in the right direction. And we're going to keep our height for now. There we go. All right, now I actually want to do something visual with this at some point, but for now I'll do it non-visual just to see if it works. And it should mean that if I grab my controller and I hold my A button for 1 second, then there we go. We're now facing the right way. And we still have our menu working. So again, I can be facing some other way, and if I press my A button and I hold it, I get there. Now facing normally again, press my A button, and we get a reset. Now, again, I do want to do something visual. I'm not sure what happened there, but I suddenly heard a whole bunch of weird sounds. But at least we have a way to reset our view to where we are. Okay. Stop. One other thing that I want to do in here, just to already have the button for later, is I'm going to have an exit. Let's do, there we go. Now, we've already got more space than we want, but eventually we'll start playing around some more with actually having nicer buttons and having it look good. So in this case, we obviously need to make sure that we're going to go and, oh, that's double duplicated, so that's good. So in this case, I do want to have a press, and I'm just going to do it to do dialog. For now, we're just going to do get tree quit. Basically, when we click on that button, it's bye-bye interface. We can go and autoplay this one again so that we actually have our music. I think the next thing to start working on is actually our settings menu. But that actually falls off, so maybe I should position that a little bit better. And that's, yeah. Again, you know, we obviously don't want something that exits so abruptly, but for now, that does enough for what we want it to do. Okay, so I'm going to do that 5, maybe 10. There we go. Okay. Okay, that's so weird that that's still does not put it right. Okay, so what does that do to make it? So it is expand. This doesn't make sense either, the top and bottom margins. What does it even do? So why does that suddenly center it on the screen like that? That does not make any sense to me. No. At least it's positioning it. And that seems to all be working just fine, so that's all I care about. Now all the buttons are the right width. Obviously the button styles need to change, but we'll deal with that some other day. Okay. Let me name that to main. Because the nice thing here is that we can switch between different things. All right. All right, so that's going to become a settings thing. Maybe I'll actually do that straight away. Okay, there we go. Okay. How do I add tabs to this in the interface? I've only ever done this. Oh, that's because it does that. Yeah, I already remember now. So control. There we go. And we're going to go and name this. And just for now, also have a video. Just to have two placeholder tabs there to do something with later on. Okay. Why is that? Oh, because it's whatever the active tab is that it's going to make visible. Right, that makes sense. Okay. Fonts. Let's make sure we have that loaded. Okay, that's pretty cool. Now, again, I don't care about the look and feel right now. We'll deal with that some other day. For now, it is all about what do we put in here. Okay. I actually want to change the type here to a box. No, a box. Okay. Because with that, we should be able to do some sound bars. Now I can do an H box. And we're going to call this one master volume. That then needs to have a label. So volume. So I'm just going to call that label. And I have this master volume. And then obviously we also want the font here. And here we might eventually go to a little bit smaller, but for now we'll do that the way that it is. And here we want a slider. Okay. Size flag, expand. There we go. Perfect. No. Can we vertically center that? How do we do that? There we go. Perfect. All right. Now this one. Make that a fixed size, so hopefully all the other labels will become smaller. Okay. Cool. So when, oops, let me, open that. Go away. What do you guys? So we want this one to start controlling the volume of the master bus. All right, so that means that whenever this changes, okay, we're gonna go over there. I'm gonna give our value. So this one's right now. Okay, I don't want that name. The wrong name. Disconnect. Let's try that again. And we're going to do this on master volume. This obviously is going to grow and grow and grow depending on. Hey, stop making noise. This is obviously going to grow and grow and grow depending on how many settings we eventually start adding in stuff and other things. But for now, this will do. And I think I'm just going to do the. I can probably do all these. These are all on master. Not sure what I meant with the area one, so probably just gonna do these three for now. So how do we change the audio bus layout? How do we actually get? Okay, so we got our audio server. Here we go. Oh, here we got our bus count. Perfect. Add a bus. Okay, so oh, look, we can find one by name. That's cool. Okay, that's individually. Get bus volume. Okay, so that's getting it. Perfect. Do we also have a set bus volume? We do. Perfect. Okay. Show. We're in the main menu. So the first thing that we want to do. All right. Init settings. Extra underscore in there to denote that that's private. There we go. Master bus. Master bus is audio server dot get bus index for master. Okay. And now we can do master dot value is audio server dot get volume It's interesting because that is a logarithmical slider, which goes from, that's a good one. What is the value here? Plus, minus. Okay, so it's interesting that the the full volume master is actually 0 dB. So it's how far away we're going from our nominal sound. level. But that means that I don't even know how I can make that a logarithmical scale. I would have to look at how they've done that. Unless that is something that we can actually do here. If true and min value is greater than 0, value will be represented exponentially. All right, so I actually want to do this is 6. This is going to be minus 72, and we're going to have a step of 0.1. There we go. Well, it's greater than 0. That's interesting because it is actually not. We're just going to keep it linear for now, but yeah, need to figure that out. Now we're getting the current value at the moment. So this is our init. So we're getting our value to reflect what it currently is when we open it up. Oh, by the way, hi, Mayor. How you going, man? How was your birthday? Oh, that means I have the bus ID, master bus. And then here, we're going to set it. So audio server set bus volume dB master bus value. There we go. All right, let's go and see if we can at least control. Well, this is the master value. Oh, we haven't. Oh yeah, it doesn't actually matter because we now have this one on, but. Okay, that's cool. All right. That is really cool. However, the thing that I forgot right now is twofold. One is that if I press this one, on settings press, that's cool. Okay, so I want to move that up here. This one is going to be main menu. Let's go and have that a little bit in order. There we go. So in this case, what we're going to do is main visible false. We're going to hide our main. And we're going to show our settings. All right. Now that also means that here, obviously I want to change that again. Boom, boom. And let's just for safety, because that makes it all much easier. But if I forget to hide or unhide things, we're going to go and bring it all back. So this list is going to become a lot bigger. All right. So now in here, okay, that needs to be in here. Okay. Not sure why it hid that, but anyway. Yep, that's still good. All right, cool. It's smart enough to do that. Let me call back. That's going to be called back. Now we're going to go and do pressed. But this is going to be setting back. Okay, that's a good question. Do I then need to repeat that on each other, everyone? Seeing that settings is, yeah, I guess I need to. So that's going to be audio Actually, no, we're going to just do settings back pressed. Connect. Boom. Okay, so in this case, true, false. But that means that we also want to have that over here. Oh, no, that does need to be visible. So that if I now, that way we have that back there as well. I think that means that that also needs to become a VBox container. So then that goes like that. All right, cool. That is good enough for me right now. Now the other thing, is that V splitter? No, heat separator. No, that was not what I wanted. What is it then? There is something that has to do with these boxes. I can't remember what it is. I'll need to look that up. There's a way to put something in here that just moves that all the way to the bottom, but I can't remember what it's called. All right, so that's the master volume. So let's go and create this. And now when we go to audio, the second one is our music volume. I'm wondering if we should spell out volume here, or if we should just call that if we should just call it master. And then we can make this a little bit less, oops, less big. And then we do the same thing with this one. Call it music. And now size also 200. No, okay. So that's now our H slider here. But obviously that now needs to become a new one called dang, I want to remember what name convention we have. So on master volume change. So this is going to become on music volume change. So there we go. Up so that our order makes sense. And that is going to become music bus. So all right, let's make one more. And let's make one for, and again, I don't remember what area it's for, so I'm going to leave that alone. That is going to become dialogue. Actually, that's a good one, because dialogue was actually for when the characters talk, not for our UI dialogues. So I think our little coin sound that we added in is actually going to go to our effects as well. Now that is one that has a reverb in it. How does that sound? I actually kind of like that. We're going to keep that in for now. There's a chance that we might eventually end up with, you know, either one more bus to do stuff with. Again, I can't remember why I've got area in there. So yeah. Last but not least, this one is going to be effects. There we go. So here we need to change that one to dialogue volume changed. That was a bit overdone. I don't want to do that. Okay, that's going to then be on dialogue volume changed. Boom. And I want to move that over here. There we go. And I want to remove this one, and that is then going to become effects volume changed. There we go. Boom. Let's implement those guys. So we now have a dialogue bus. I think 0 is not a very good default value, because if for whatever reason we can't actually get the bus, we'll have all sliders change the master bus, which is kind of interesting. Dialogue. But at this point in time, don't really care enough. Dialogue. Thanks. The other thing, of course, that we haven't even got in here is the ability to save our settings. So whenever the game starts, it's going to be back to defaults. But for now, that is fine. All right. I think eventually for these effects for the reverb, I'm going to probably move the reverb into a detail bus. So maybe I'll do that already right now. Say we're going to add a new bus. I'm going to actually move that here. Actually, why don't I call this effects? I'm going to call that one effects. Now we're going to move that one here. That should mean, oops. Can I move that here, please? Okay, that's too much. Okay, that means that I can move that to effects. So that means that this volume will control any sound played on this bus and any sound played on this one. But doing it this way, and I can't remember if we've already used any of these anywhere. But seeing that I renamed that, that should mean that hopefully that is all moved around. I don't know actually if that works, but no, it's on a number. So if we add a new bus, we could actually screw up all our buses. This is obviously linked by bus number, not by bus name. So that's interesting. But that's fine. Eventually I'll figure out where I've used that sound effect with reverb, and we'll change it then. For now, we have our effects bus, and then with reverb as a sub bus, which means that they piggyback on each other. We can control them with a single volume. All right, so we have all the volumes now. Did I finish this? Yes, I did. All right, so now we should be able to affect the volume individually. So we still have our sound. Now if we go to settings, we go to our settings menu, and we still have our sound that we can check here. So if we change our master, then that doesn't work. Okay, now we can put our music down, but that's still working. We can put our music back up. can put out effects down. No, that doesn't sound much more in there. Or we can make it louder. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I can go to our video tab, and back to our audio tab, and go back to our main menu. Yeah. And we can exit the game without a dialogue. Ah! Alright, I am pretty chuffed by that as a first stab at creating our little interface here. Now there's lots and lots and lots and lots and lots and lots and lots to do about this interface, and creating, maybe even making it bigger if we want to display more things on it, or you know, if we want to split it over multiple views. I don't know. Obviously the look and feel needs to change quite a lot. It's just a stand-in with the default scheme that or the default theme, I should say, that Godot has. But at this point in time, you know, all I care about is that we have the UI options that we need, and the look and feel we can do fun stuff with later on. Thanks, Dan, and welcome. So yeah, there's as far as VR projects is concerned, unfortunately, there are a lot of hidden ones. There are a bunch of science projects and university projects out there which are really interesting, but I don't think they'll ever be public. I know of a number of internal projects that are running at companies, and of course a few public ones. But yeah, I hope we can get to see more soon. See more people doing stuff in VR. There's definitely plenty of people active, you know, on the Godot Discord. There's an XR channel. I'm looking at how many people are active over there. Obviously, a lot of people are hobbying around and doing some cool stuff with VR and Godot. But yeah, it's one of those things where it takes a long time to make a good game, and until people are finished, usually those projects are off the radar. Nobody, you know, there's not enough people who will put their development journey online. So, and I have no idea how far this will eventually get. We will see. There's definitely plenty of stuff still to figure out here. So yeah, so we got our UI here right now. Obviously, I haven't done anything on the main game. The main game is still a normal non-VR game. I obviously need to improve our little environment here, make it look nicer, create our doors. Although, from the looks of things, I've now got obviously our new game option here. Yeah, that's the really weird one, actually, is that depends a lot on the game, and it depends a lot on the person making the game. You can create a good game in a relatively short time if you set your horizons not too far. You know, one of my favorite, which is not a VR game, which is a normal game, is God, what's Beat Invaders, which is a Space Invaders clone made with Godot, a 3D game, and it's an absolute blast. And when I found out that Raphael made it in 3 months, my jaw literally dropped, because that game does not look like a game made in 3 months. That game looks like a game that's probably taken a year or two to build. So it can be done if you know what you're doing. And I guess to a big extent, if you build something where you can rely on a lot of existing assets, you can build something really quickly. But if you build something from scratch, then yeah, I don't think my game will be ready in 3 months. I think that well, you know, I took a bit of almost a year off from streaming and working on this. So hopefully in the coming year, I can actually keep some momentum going and I can do these streams regularly, because I do some work off streams, but I try and really just have my one night a week. Well, it was originally one night a week. Right now it's one night a month. But I'm hoping that I can bring that volume up, to just work on this and slowly build it out to something bigger. And right now, for a lot of these things, it'll just be, yeah, it'll be really broad, right? It's the polish won't come until the end, basically. That said, you know, it's all about working out the concept and figuring out what I want to do with the concept. And obviously, there is a half-working dungeon game behind this already. I got pretty far with the dungeon game as a 2D game, or sorry, as a normal 3D game, as a non-VR game. And now translating it to VR is going to be interesting to see if I can pull that off and what that means, what that eventually will look like. So yeah, it's going to be interesting. For now, I've got some beginnings. A lot of rough edges, a lot of things still to fix, but we've got our startup screen, our menu, just as in the functionality that we need, not as in how we eventually want it to look. We've got our concept of our loading. So the idea of being in this environment that is large scale. So, you know, you really get this idea like, hey, I'm in this big place, which VR wise is always pretty cool. Now, when you look at the dungeons itself, we're actually going into a much smaller dungeon that's all much more claustrophobic almost. I think next week we're going to start working on the first steps of that, of actually translating what I've now got as a what was I saying? Yeah, as a normal 3D game, and translating that into VR and changing the mechanics over so that I'm just controlling one character, and I get a turn, I do my things, and then the computer gets its turns, and then I return to me. Like 2 hours a week. Noobs, that's a lot of us. You know, I got lucky to some extent that I'm now working for Godot. That's allowed me to do a lot of work as far as the game engine is concerned, and you know, making sure that lots of things in VR work the way they should. But yeah, that and some other things have not left a lot of time for actual game development. So, and again, you know, that's the indie life, I guess. But at the same time, I'm also sort of going like, as long as you can get some momentum going, you know, and again, it doesn't matter if it's one night a week, or if it's one night a fortnight, or one night a month. But if you can get like a bracket of time that you can kind of rely on working on something like this, then you will see that it will progress, but also you will see that it stays fun. At least for me, you know, it's while I would love to work full time on building a game, the fact that I'm now doing it, you know, at this point once every month, but hopefully at some point I'll be back at once every week, like I did, you know, over a year ago. you basically have a week where your ideas will work in your mind. That by the time that you start again, you you enact on those ideas, and that keeps your momentum going. That keeps it fun. While when you do something day in day out, if you have a writer's block or you have a design block or whatever, it can become very demotivating. Then again, if someone gave me a whole bunch of money to make a game full time, I'd jump at the opportunity, of course. But that is, who knows? That might be in the future at some point. That will be interesting. So yeah, I think that I'm gonna leave it there for the night. What time is it right now? It's it's midnight. I think that's a pretty good time for me to start looking at putting an end to things. So keep an eye on the chat for a few more minutes and see if anybody's got questions and feedback or anything you guys wanna share. Again, I'm not sure when the next stream is going to be. I'm kind of winging it at the moment. There's a lot of stuff going on that's preventing me to do this weekly like I did before. Though who knows? It's if time allows, I am definitely going to try and eventually get back to a weekly schedule. Just do it one night a week. Yeah, Dan, it should be archived. And again, the sorry for not announcing this anytime sooner. It's a bit of ad hoc for me right now to start these streams. But hopefully I will get a schedule. I am looking at what day works best. I used to do Fridays, but I'm actually starting to get inclined to see, this night works pretty well. Saturday night, unless I'm out for the weekend, it does allow people to actually watch the stream, because Friday nights for me, obviously, us being here in Australia, means very early times for a lot of people. Plus, for many people, it's on a working day at that point. So yeah, thanks Dan, thanks Ivan. Yeah, hopefully I'll because that's something that I've been wanting to do for a long time as well, and I just haven't gotten around to it. Is at some point streaming or doing something that is closer to what I'm doing for Godot itself. Instead of working on my own project like I'm doing right now. There's lots of stuff that I'm currently working on for Godot. Obviously, my focus right now is in Godot 4. So I finished working on these things here. So these now work in Godot 4 with little HTC trackers. So that's pretty cool. There's still some work to do on the side of actually doing something cool with them. Like if you have a bunch of these and you want to stick them on your body or something like that. The logic that exists right now is just showing us where they are, but yeah, animating a character that way, that's obviously something that that will be cool. That reminds me, I haven't had time to do tutorials. I want to get back to that as well. I've been wanting to do a tutorial for some time on inverse kinematics. There is support for inverse kinematics in Godot, and specifically for VR. Obviously, when we look at our, I'll just display them for now. If you look at our hands, they're right now they're floating in the air, right? So obviously, you can create the rest of a person's body and use inverse kinematics to position the arms. Now, I've already done that when I was playing around with the TPS demo, but that's an approximation of what we're doing. So yeah, here you want to do a little bit more. Now, the other thing which is really interesting, of course, is that when your controller, when you're not holding it, when it's just lying on the table, those are situations that you have to deal with as well. So yeah, so again, I know how the inverse kinematics work in Godot. They're very simple implementation, though. They're very limited in what they can do. And I need some assets for that as well. That's the other thing that I kind of am stuck out. The other thing which I've been wanting to do for a while, which I'm hoping to at some point have time for, is to have a tutorial about the actual system that we're using here. With, you know, we have our origin point here, our where is it listed here? Our AR/VR origin node. We obviously have our camera node. We have our left and right hand nodes. What do they actually mean? How do they work together? You know, a lot of people make the mistake thinking that the origin point is actually where the player is standing, and it's not. The player could be a couple of meters away from the origin point. If someone walks away, if I start, you know, actually even right now, I was probably standing somewhere over there when the game starts, and that's because in my room the center of my play area lies behind me, because I've got quite a large play area here. The origin point is actually by default in the center of that play area. I'm sitting at my desk, which is in a corner of my play area. So yeah, that is kind of important to realize. What does that mean? And again, when we're looking at, for instance, no longer having, you know, floating hands, but actually having an avatar, that's going to be very important. How do you place the avatar in the right spot if all that you have is, you know, basically the location of the headset that the person is wearing and the hands? Now, if I do this, I don't have any information that I know that my body is still facing forward and that I'm looking left. The only information that I have is that I'm looking in that direction. I have no information about where my body is. So you make some assumptions at that point in time. Now, obviously, again, if you have one of these things and you have that, you know, attached to your chest, then you can. But most people don't have them, and most people don't have you know, any of the other full body rigs that are available. That's the same thing with you know, like Sanyi foot inverse kinematics. Well, we don't know where the feet are. We have no idea, so we can't do that unless you strap one of these things to your foot. Well, two you need. You know, one for your left foot, one for your right foot. We don't have that information. So what most VR games do is either you have a floating torso, and we're just rendering the torso and the arms, and then using inverse kinematics for the arms. Or they do have legs, but then they either use just normal animations, and that when the player is moving through the world, we just assume that they're walking and therefore move the feet. Or do some other funky logic to try and figure out where to put the feet. So that's probably a lot more than I can cover in a single video. But yeah, definitely the having a torso and arms is something that I really want to make a tutorial on. And just the coordinate system that we're using with the AR/VR origin point is definitely something that I hope to have time for at some point in the not distant future. And of course, you know, the whole editor in VR, that's my next big thing that I'm about to start on. I've got a little bit more work to do on the trackers for the Godot 3 plugin. I'm still working on some of the render optimizations. I'm still working on the variable rate shading implementation that I really wanted to finish earlier on. So yeah, it's really one of those things where there is a lot on my plate right now, and I need to make choices what I do first. And again, you know, the editor in VR, you know, is the big thing that we were going to work on this year, sometime this year. There's no set start date for that. but I've been very eager to wanting to do that. In Godot 4, even the work that we've already done, there is already a bunch of things that are in there to prepare us for that step. So, and I know that a lot of people think that it's a gimmick. A lot of people don't understand why we're doing it. And that's also one of the reasons I want to get started at it, because I think once I've got the basics up and running, and even in just a desktop, because eventually the idea is to even have this running completely on the Quest. But initially in a desktop, basically what that means is that if you're in the editor, like here, and you have this scene open, then I could now just pick up my headset and walk around this scene, but not with the game logic that I've written, but with editor logic. And I can start moving things around, and I can, I can start placing stuff. So for level design, it's actually going to be much more natural walking around a place like this and placing things or moving things around than it is in a 2D screen. I'm very excited to get started on that. All right, that sounds pretty cool, Nose. Post some screenshots on Discord, right? That would be cool to see. What else is worth talking about before we call it a night? I need to reorganize this a little bit as well. A bit, why do I actually have that in there? Because that should be removed. Oh, so Unreal already has editing in VR. I wasn't aware of that. That's interesting. I thought they only had viewing in VR. But yeah, I'm a big believer of it. I think that for all the level designs, and I'm not the world's greatest level designer by any stretch of the imagination. But even with scenes that are fairly simple, you really start getting into trouble that the camera just obscures so many things, and it's so hard to judge where things are in relationship to other things. And in stereoscopic in VR, that is suddenly as natural as organizing things that are on your desk. So, the Wicked engine, the only thoughts about it that I have is that I know that it exists, and only because I saw it come round as the title of a video from Game from Scratch. I don't actually know much more about it than that. So the screenshot looked good. It's an interesting problem because there are so many game engines that keep popping up left, right, and center. It's hard to keep up, especially because it's not something that's on my radar as much. That's why I enjoy watching Game from Scratch when I'm watching Mike's videos, because that's what he does, right? He just any game engine that he hears about, he picks up and he starts playing around with it, and he'll give his first impressions about it, and you have an idea about what's on the market. I chose to use Godot because of what I wanted to do with VR. So obviously that's where my knowledge lies, where my expertise lies. Other than that, any new engine I take with a grain of salt, because until you see some games made by it and you see it battle tested, and you see that the people who made it actually stick to it and don't disappear after half a year or a year, it is hard to make a judgment on it. Ishmael, I think next year. I think we're looking for a hire to build that for us. One of the things that I really enjoy at the moment is just seeing what is currently being released and what is currently coming into the limelight. You know, that's the biggest problem that Godot has, and that applies to, I think, every other game engine that is relatively new. Is it takes a long time to build something, especially 3D games. It just takes a long time to build a good 3D game. And when you look at Godot, there are a bunch of games that fall under that. You know, you look at Tales Quest, for instance. You know, it is amazing to see what those two. I can't remember their names now. I think they're in Poland. Husband and wife team. You know, they've been working on Tales Quest for 4 or 5 years now, I think. And you see this amazing art come out, and you see that, you know, especially when you consider that they started with this when Godot 3 was still in beta. So working through all the shortcomings that Godot had at that point, and they're still working on this game. That's just the way that it goes. That's the development story, especially when it's just two people making a game of that size. Same with Fist of the Forgotten, you know, Yitzpo's game. So there's a bunch of them out there that we've seen and followed for a while, but they're not out yet. And in part that's because they're being built by small teams, and in part is because those projects are really large projects. And it's easy at that point in time to say, like, oh, nobody can finish a game with it, or it's just too hard, or, you know, these things are vaporware, never going to come out. And for some games, that's true, right? There's a couple of games that were high profile and suddenly disappeared, which is really a shame. There's a couple of games that we lost to other engines. So that has been interesting to see happen, and to figure out, okay, what are the right conclusions to draw from that. But we are getting to a point where more and more games are being released. Some are better than others. Some look good and are okay play-wise. And then there's a couple of ones that really show off what the engine can do. So yeah, I'm very much looking forward to more of these games being released and showing what you can actually do with the engine. Wow, Dan, that's pretty cool. That makes it worth checking out, actually. That's the other one, right? Oh yeah, you know, it's and Ishmael, for you, again, for your project, and I applaud you that you guys are trying to move it to Godot 4, which has some advantages and has lots of disadvantages too. But looking at the journey you guys have been on, and looking at the scope that you're going for now with that game, yeah, it's another one that is pretty impressive. You know, my little dungeon game is is way smaller than what you're doing. Noobs, that is a difficult one, and yeah, I'm not in a position to give good advice there, I'm afraid. That's difficult, the one. How do you balance family life, you know, especially if you also have a full-time job next to it? You can't be accused of playing it safe, yeah. The best advice is talk to your family and make sure that they're supportive of you and know why you're doing what you're doing, and that you try and find a time where it has the least impact on your family. And then take it as fast as it goes. You know, don't force it. That's the worst thing that you can do is, you know, sink far more time into something than is healthy just because you want to try and reach that finish line. That just doesn't work. The yeah, the challenge there is always just to be real about how much time you have, and like I said, set a fixed time aside. Um, you know, find a time slot in your week where you find, and again, even if it's just 1 or 2 hours a week, it doesn't really matter how much it is. But if you can set it aside and you can start working on things within a time frame, and you find a time frame that the impact on your family is as low as possible, you will slowly start seeing results. You will see that you start building out things. As far as streaming is concerned, streaming is a really difficult one. I enjoy streaming. I enjoy doing this on stream. First of all, it is for me a way to make sure that I do the work, that I don't procrastinate, that I am just focused on what I'm doing. And it's really a lot of fun to get the feedback. You know, on the other hand, I'm in the lucky position that I've been making tutorials for many years. So while I'm not a big streamer, and you know, there is currently 6, 7 people, I think at the highest we were at maybe 12, 13. It's still enough that you get some engagement, and that's first of all, you need to enjoy that engagement. Not everybody likes being watched. But second of all, when you're new to this, you won't have engagement, right? Most people who start streaming, you know, they're lucky to have 1 or 2 people watching them. And in that respect, I'm flabbergasted that I have, you know, a couple of you guys always sticking around and come and watch me, you know, fool around in trying to build something and babble on as I do. But then again, you know, for me, it was different because I had an existing channel based on the tutorials that I've been doing for years. So that does make it a little bit easier to start. Oh, the videos are always good to post, and you know, that's the other thing is, if you're doing something that is interesting, if you're doing something that shows that you're actually more than just someone who has an idea and is trying to do it, you quickly start finding that that people get more willing to give you feedback and give you help. Thanks, Titanium Rat. Yeah, so it's just a placeholder area. Hopefully, you know, I'll have time to clean it up and make it nicer. But yeah, loading area, startup area. So actually, it reminds me, I need to make sure that there's also enough space to have multiple players stand at the entrance. Yeah, and Twitch is actually a better place in my opinion than YouTube. I'm streaming on YouTube because I've got, you know, I've got my existing channel here, and I've got everything set up for it. I also I'm not a big fan of all the bells and whistles that come with Twitch that everybody expects you to do. You know, I'm hanging out on Twitch nowadays from time to time as a viewer, that I've made, you know, some friends there, some who actually play games and occasionally play games with. Some others who are like me, like Jitspo and what's his name? Cheese. That was his channel name. The guy who's doing Hive Time. Um, fellow Australian. Oh, he's a Tassie, I think. Um, I enjoy watching Twitch, especially if it is something that interests me. But having all the extra stuff around follows and even watching Jitspo's channel, who obviously has put a lot of effort into making his channel something fun and enjoyable with the little characters that are walking in the on the bottom and stuff like that. It's fun to see, but I don't get the added value. I just find it a big distraction when you're doing something like this. I get it when you're doing games, right? When people are playing games, and they have a bunch of people watching, having these things happen on screen based on what people in chat are doing, that makes it all the more fun. And it's, there's like little mini things that you can usually play on these things. But for a development stream, yeah, I don't know. I kind of like doing it just on YouTube and not having to deal with all those things. Yeah, the Godot tag Nibus is isn't it nice that we finally have that on Twitch? Although so far I haven't really been able to find too many people that way. But yeah, there are more and more people doing Godot on Twitch. Yeah, but it is. I do believe that Twitch is better if you're playing games than for educational stuff. Titanium Rent. I was too when I began. I think it's one of the reasons why I did tutorials, even though tutorials are far more work than streaming. Although they're tutorials are for a long time, right? You guys are now watching this. There might be 2 or 3 more people who will watch the stream later on after it's finished, and then it kind of disappears. It's there on my YouTube channel, but there will be very few people who are going to watch a 3-4 hour stream just to see what happened. Tutorials, on the other hand, they stay. There are tutorials that I made 4 years ago that are still being watched today and still getting numerous views today, just because even though the information is getting a bit dated now and some of it should really be redone, it still stays very relevant, because the techniques stay relevant. It's just the details change. But the nice thing about making tutorials is obviously you record what you're doing and then you edit it together. And in my case, I voice over what I do because you don't want to hear my narration while I work. When I do recordings, it's much worse than what I do here on stream. Although, again, that's the other thing, right? I've been doing this for 7 years, so there's 7 years of experience there, I guess. But it is, at least for tutorials, it is, you can take your time. When I just started, I had to re-record what I was saying maybe 4 or 5 times before I got it without feeling self-conscious and without it sounding like I was just drumming off a piece of paper. And the same as streaming as well. The first time when I started streaming about 2 years ago, I was nervous as heck, and now I'm just so used to it. You just try to engage with your audience, and you just try and have some fun. One of the things that I think is very important to keep in mind with what we're doing. And I think this is probably less true for people who play games on stream. But because we're doing development work, we attract people who want to do the same thing we do. So most people who watch my stream, and I'm pretty sure that you guys will identify with this, you're doing that because you want to build your own Godot game. So you look at someone who is doing the same thing and you're trying to get ideas from it, learn from it, share the experience. So I'm not going to have a bunch of people in my chat who have very different interests from me, or have very, people in my chat are going to be people who are doing the same things I'm doing and therefore engage with the subject matter. While when you're a game streamer, well, everybody obviously likes the games, or comes to your channel because of the games that you play or whatever. I think there's less of a connection there. And again, it changes from streamer to streamer. I think it also changes from the bigger you get, the harder it is to find that connection with your audience. When you're small, you tend to, your recurring viewers tend to be people that you gel with, who enjoy who you are, enjoy what you're talking about. So I guess there's that. But it is one of those things where you have to find your comfort zone with it. And in that, it's not for everybody. Let's see. Ishmael, yeah, code and talk. It is, I'm very mixed with it. I feel guilty when I'm stuck on a problem, where I just really want to concentrate on something and try and find an answer. And I'm sort of going like, okay, this must be boring to watch. It's also why I don't stream when I'm doing stuff at Blender, because I'm a mediocre modeler. I know a bit about, modeling. I'm very out of practice. I used to do a lot of modeling in 3ds Max, 10 years ago, creating some pretty decent stuff. And now I'm sort of going like, every time that I start a Blender, I haven't touched it in 3-4 months. And, it takes me an hour to figure out which buttons to press again. So in that respect, that I put a very simple mountain together in half an hour, 45 minutes before stream. I'm already happy that I managed to get what I got. On the other hand, obviously, it's very easy to just get distracted by what people in chat are talking about, and suddenly finding yourself, chatting for an hour. And again, that's in my when I started streaming, and when I did it, regularly over a year ago, I kind of made that a part of my stream, right? I just said the first hour of my stream is just talking. I'm not going to start working on whatever I'm working on. I'm just going to talk for an hour. That was also when, everybody knew that I was streaming every Friday night, so people would be waiting. And it became just a little like, okay, what's happened this week? How's everybody feeling? Et cetera, et cetera. And then I get into, whatever it is that I wanted to do that night. That works pretty well. I enjoyed that. So hopefully I'll get back to that at some point. Now I'm turning it around. I'm done all the coding work and just relaxing and doing a bit of chatting before I go to bed. Yeah, but it's not about being smart, Ishmael. It's about it's about taking people along on a journey that you're on. You're trying to solve a problem, or you're trying to add something to the game that you're working on. And you're just having people, look with you on what you're doing. It gets boring or problematic when you're stuck on something, and where you're basically sitting there, staring at your screen for half an hour, trying to think through a problem. And the hard thing that I found when streaming is that at that point in time, you got to move to the next thing, right? nobody wants to watch you stare at a screen for half an hour. It just doesn't work. So when I'm stuck on something and I figure out like, hey, I can't figure this out, or I don't have the tools available right now to finish something, I park it and I move on to the next thing. So, and that is, I guess the bit of preparation that you do need to do when you start streaming is you have to think of a few things that you could potentially work on, so that if you get stuck on something, you have the next thing to move on to. And you're just honest about it. It's like, okay, I don't know how to solve this. This is something that I'm going to do during the week and trying to figure out. And when I find that answer, we'll talk about the answer next stream. So yeah, that works for me anyway. Sanye, Twitch is interesting if you're into watching people play games. I didn't for a long time. I avoided Twitch for forever and a day. And I've only recently been starting to watch Twitch with some regularity. For a big part, it had to do with Jitspo, because I really find what he's doing incredibly entertaining, and incredibly interesting to learn from. Biggest problem for me is that him streaming while he works during the day as an indie developer, as a full-time indie developer. I'm usually asleep when he does things, or I'm working myself. I don't really like watching streams too much when I'm working, because it becomes too much of a distraction. Obviously, I'll put it on around lunchtime or something like that, or when I'm stuck on a problem, I don't mind putting Twitch on, and sometimes just that unblocks you. And then recently I made a friend who streams. He streams gaming. Plays some of the games that I enjoy playing. So yeah, he's one of the few people I actually watch regularly on Twitch. As far as Twitter, I use Twitter. I had made the choice because for me, social media is like a necessary evil. I don't actually like social media very much. It is way too easy to get stuck into really bad conversations, I'd say. However, I've been on Facebook for a long time, because especially as someone who moved from the Netherlands to Australia, it is a really useful platform to stay in touch with family back home. I then decided to go onto Twitter because I wanted to create a disjoint between my private life and my my Godot life, basically. So Facebook, I've really sort of adapted as, okay, I use Facebook to just stay in touch with friends. And yes, I'm active on the Godot Facebook and stuff like that. So it's not like I'm not doing anything that has to do with my work and stuff like that. But Twitter, I really try and focus purely on what I do for work and purely what I do for Godot. So the people that I follow and the people who generally follow me on Twitter are all Godot people. And that is by choice. That is, from time to time, I do get into, a political discussion, especially when things happen here in Australia. From time to time, I'll have, personal discussions, obviously. But 99% of the things that I post on Twitter are related either to VR or to Godot. And I try to keep that balance. I try to stay away from using Twitter for personal stuff. Also, because the moment that you start using something like Twitter for personal stuff, the algorithm starts figuring out stuff and starts driving you in that direction. And before you know it, you're suddenly in some, politically active place, or, that's not true. Having American plugs for the power of all sorts of things, and having Australian PowerPoints is always a joy because they never fit very well. So I just had my my index disconnects. um, so yeah, yeah, it's something that I really try and split off. And again, Facebook, anything goes, I guess. um, okay, I'm really behind on chat. I'm really going to start reading up on what you guys are all writing. Tutorials for me. I'd like to make tutorials about things I've learned from tutorials. Yeah, yeah. There is a lot of yeah, copycatting and stuff, and for a big part, I don't care. I think that's a great way to start. There are people out there who have taken some of my tutorials and then gave their own spin on things, and that's fine because that's how knowledge spreads, and it's a great way to learn. Sometimes you don't have to invent your own thing. Sometimes giving your own twist on an existing theme is a great way to get started. So I wouldn't worry too much about that. Yeah, Sanyi, that is always the problem, is how long or short do you make tutorials? I know that Mizizimi, such a weird name that the guy has. He's all about making very short tutorials. He used to make very long ones, very detailed ones, and then at some point he sort of went like, you know what? It takes way too much time to create tutorials like that. I'm just going to make sort of like rapid fire things. Like I'm doing this. Now it works. While I tend to stick to the more detailed, and I'm explaining why I'm doing things and stuff like that. And it's very hard because there is a big difference between what different people need. If I'm an experienced developer, I want the rapid fire sort of tutorial. I just need to know, press these buttons, do these things. You need to have these parts. Now it works. Because I know enough about game development to take that and then extrapolate the detail from it. I just need to know the technique. But if I'm not familiar with that part of game development, or if I'm learning game development, then basically I'm just taught to do this, don't think about the why. Which means that if I need to do something similar, I don't really know what I'm doing because I just was taught to press a couple of buttons to get a singular result. So yeah, where do you lie that balance? And it's very funny. In making my tutorials, I have had people send me emails saying like, you could cut half the time out of that, and I would have watched what I needed to know in 5 minutes. And why do you make 10-minute videos? And I've got people emailing me like, could you explain this more? Could you go into more detail here because I didn't understand why you're doing this? There is no right way. So, and that's also why it's so good that different people are making different tutorials, because if you want short and sweet, you go and watch Mizumi's videos. You want detail, you watch my videos. You want beginner courses, you watch GGQuest. You want more advanced things, you watch me or other people. So yeah, I think the more the merrier. Titanium Rats, playing games from developer's point of view could be interesting though. If you are not aware of it, find on YouTube, God, I forgot what the guy's name is. Just search for Boundary Break. I forgot the name of the guy who runs the channel name. He's got a series called Boundary Break, and basically this is a guy who will boot up a game where he has either got some backdoor access or something, very often from the developer of the game itself, where he then, and that's why it's called boundary breaks, where he goes through the boundary, where he takes control of a camera, or basically breaks the game in a way that you can see how the game works. And especially some of the older games that he does, like Silent Hill and Resident Evil and the first Rapture. When you see the trickery that game developers use to make games like that run on a PlayStation 1 or the original Xbox, or these underpowered game consoles that we had in those days, it's incredible. Yeah, she's been boundaries based. Thank you, virtual reality. That's exactly the one that I'm talking about. It's amazing, and this guy just does such an excellent job. Even though he's not, he got into this for the fun of it. He's not the most experienced guy when it comes to actual making games. I'm not even sure if he is a game developer, but he has the right friends who give him the tools to do this. And he just goes on a journey of exploration, and he just tries to figure out how these games work and what make them tick. And with what sort of trickery we are fooled into believing that these games do far more than they actually do. And it's really cool. Oh, Titanium, you actually watch politics on Twitch. That's got to be interesting. ST Animates, do I need licenses for the OpenXR plugin? Yes and no. OpenXR is a fully open standard. I don't actually know if Kronos requires you to at least say that you use it. Yeah, it's an Apache. Oh, hold on. Go back. It's an Apache 2.0 license. So let me just double check. I think Apache 2.0 is very close to MIT. But I do believe that you need to include something. Just to let you know that, let someone know that you've got OpenXR. It's like Godot as well, right? Godot, you need to just include a license file in your game, or accessible through like a credit screen, just to let people know that you're using Godot for your game. Nothing more, nothing less. It's just credit the people who made the software that you made your game with. The exception though is when you are using, is it just in the blog or not? When you're deploying to the Quest, then obviously you're using a bit of Oculus's OpenXR thing. And I don't know what the license is for that. So this is just the announcement that they are dropping it, dropping the VR API, and that everything is going to go through OpenXR. That's in the forum itself, I think. Yeah, this is forum itself. That's not what I'm after. Maybe it's on the download page. Downloads. Native quests. Yeah, I just want to have the download info, because that usually says what license there is. OpenXR MOBA, there you go. Yeah, I don't know. It's usually when you go to download, it goes to, here you go, license. That's what I was looking for. So yeah, so that does have the Oculus SDK license. And again, I am not sure if it's just that you accept this license and then you can distribute, or if you actually have to include anything of this in your deliverable. I'm not sure because I'm not an expert on license details. Might even just be enough to sort of refer to it, say like, hey, we're using the Oculus OpenXR SDK. So yeah, that's, I'm not sure how that actually works. Now, obviously, that's only important if you actually release the games on Quest in the Quest store, and by the time that you get there, you're already dealing with Oculus directly. So they'll tell you if you need to include some license text before you release stuff. That said, again, when you are not targeting Oculus, we are just using the bog standard Chronos OpenXR loaders, and of course Godot itself being MIT. So I think it's enough to either refer to it or because with MIT, I just know that you need to include the license text that we have, either as a file or, like I said, in the credits, or I think even with the credits, it's enough to just put a link in there and say, hey, I'm using Godot, license information is at this link, go and check it out. And I think that for Chronos, it's pretty much the same as well, because it's just under the Apache license, which means that you can just use it. And I think the only thing you need to do is tell people that you use it. That's it. Well, yeah, I kind of like that name, Ishmir. That because I know that Chris from Kids Can Code, or Kids Can Code, is also going down that route. At least, you know, when it's just like, hey, do this, this. It calls it a recipe. While tutorial, it is more in depth. It's like, hey, I'm going to explain exactly what I'm doing here, why I'm doing it here, so that you actually learn the principles behind it. And in the end, though, it is whatever name you choose to name it. So some people just want to call everything tutorials. Why Blender collections are not imported as seen in Godot? I don't know. I haven't looked that closely at what we're doing. If I recall correctly, the new built-in logic that allows you to import blend files into Godot is in the background actually using Blender to export the blend file as a GLTF, and it's actually the GLTF that we're using. At least I think it's GLTF. So yeah, I don't know what the details are there. Obviously, you know, Blender specific things that aren't in an interchangeable format are never going to come across. So there is some need to organize your blend files differently if you want to split things out. Well, Titanium, that's the biggest problem, I think, is, you know, it all depends on what your mindset is. What do you want out of the material that you're consuming? You know, if you want a quick answer, you know, this is why a lot of people say, like, I don't even want to follow a video tutorial. I just want to have some text so that I can skim through the text and find, you know, the sentence that I'm looking for that'll tell me the thing that I've overlooked or missed or didn't understand, and I can continue with the problem that I'm trying to solve. While other people, they want to be taught something. They want to follow a lesson. And there a full format tutorial or even a multi-part tutorial is exactly what those people want. So it's really, you know, impossible to create one format that makes everybody happy. Sanyi, I've seen a number of people do that. I think I even watched Jitspo on stream at some point where he needed to figure something out, and he just put a YouTube video out and then put it on 2x speed and just rushed through it. And like, oh yeah, now I know what I need to do. And I sort of go like, how do you follow that? It goes way too fast for me. All right, Ismail. Thanks for stopping by. And hope you have a good nap. Yeah, I don't know if there's a game engine arms race, Titanium. Some people really um, want to see it that way and really want to pit us against other engines and stuff like that. I do think that for certain genres or for certain things, there are clear engines that are better than others. But in the end, the best game engine is the one that you can make games with. And that's, as I've always said, that is very personal. Because whether a game engine works for you really depends on your style, on what are you comfortable with, what do you like as a programming style, what do you like as a workflow. So there are people who are currently rocking it with Unity, and people who are amazing with Unreal, and people who still are doing magic with GameMaker or any of the other engines. And then there are people who love Godot, and Godot does exactly what they wanted to do. So yeah, I'm not a believer in this engine is better than the other one. You should be using this engine and not the other one. I think it's ultimately a very personal opinion of what engine is best for you. Now, there obviously are limitations to engines that make it impossible or very hard to make certain games with certain engines. And if you want to make that type of game, then obviously that can be a reason to say, well, that engine is not good enough for my purposes. So, yeah. Well, that don't forget that Unity and Unreal have been around a lot longer than Godot has. So they have time on their side, that they are further down the development curve than we are. But also, these are commercial products, so they make a bunch of money and they hire people, and that allows them to do certain things. While Godot, on the one side, being open source, attracts a lot of developers who are helping out and doing their bits. But Godot is not big enough and popular enough yet that we suddenly have 10 veteran render developers contributing to the engine. So some things are developed at a very fast pace, and some things are going much slower, and we can't do as much as some of the bigger, well-funded engines are. But that's the growth spurt, right? That's the growth trajectory. When you look at the fact that we now have at least 4 developers who are assisting Jean in the render engine, with at least 2 doing that full time now. Jay Fonts on the Vulkan side, and Clay John on the OpenGL side, and a couple of high profile developers contributing freely. Things are really starting to get a lot better than they were a couple of years ago. But we don't have the same type of developers involved as an Unreal or Unity is capable of hiring at this point in time. Now, the flip side of that coin is that building a general purpose engine, and especially with Godot having a clear mindset on targeting the small to medium-sized indies, that makes it an engine that a lot of people, especially in those areas, enjoy using because it makes sense to them. Now, I'm also there a firm believer that there is a balance, there's a way of to be made. And what you then get is, okay, do I want to have an engine that's easier and simpler to use? Or do I want to have an engine that is faster or full featured? And very often those two form a balancing act. The more performance you want to get out of an engine, the more you sacrifice user friendliness, because all of a sudden you need to add complexity to an engine. And in the end, for many games, especially when you look at the fact that we target small to medium-sized indies, most of those people, they don't have the staff or the money or the time to build the type of games that need the sort of capabilities and performance that an Unreal or Unity needs to have. And even with those engines, Unreal is crazy good when it comes to graphics and performance. But even Unity is having its fair share of problems in keeping up. While when you're looking at, some of the most popular games out in the market that do these things to the nth degree, you'll always find that they have custom engines. Why? Because a custom engine allows them to specialize in one specific genre and do that exceptionally well, but at the expense of being able to do other things well. So it's a nice juggling act. All right, noobs. Yeah, I'm gonna call it a night pretty soon too. Just rattling off before going to bed. New World Empire, thanks for dropping in. Glad you are enjoying using the XR stuff in Godot. Well, Sanji, that's when you look at open source, when you look at successful open source projects, there are, for every successful open source project, there are 1,000 small failing projects, because people tend to think that if you just open the project that you're working on, then all of a sudden you start to get all these people involved and helping out and stuff like that. The reality is that doesn't work that way. What you get is you start to get a community that starts making a project more attractive, more popular. And slowly you start getting other interested parties that are getting involved. And when you suddenly hit a certain size, that you become interesting to be used by the bigger players in the market. And by bigger, I don't mean like, the Microsofts and those. No, I mean like, in our case, like, the medium-sized indie developers or smaller AAA studios. The moment that they start building games, they also have the money and the interest to then say, hey, you know what? We don't care that Godot can't do X, Y, and Z, because we have the staff and the expertise to add X, Y, Z to the engine. What we care about is that it does 80% of what we need it to do, and we are not paying for that 80%, and we know that there are thousands of people working on that 80% and making that 80% better. We'll add that 20% that we need specifically for our game because we have the people involved. And, it just means that we don't need to do 100%. The question at that point becomes, do those companies then feed that back into the project, or do they just maintain their own fork? Like, for instance, the whole thing with Sonic, they did that last. They did major work to Godot 3 to make Sonic colors possible, and that was their thing. And that's the choice, so that's fine. That's just how it works. So I think it is not about Godot making that groundbreaking game. it is that we start seeing more and more studios that are not 1 or 2 man band studios, but that are like 10, 15 man studios who have, 4 or 5 developers on staff, and another 4 or 5 artists and a musician, some other people. And they say, we're choosing Godot because it allows us to add the stuff that we need for this game idea that we have. And as a result, they start using their expertise to feed back into me. If you get a couple of those and they start making successful games, the more successful games that are out there, the more of these sort of developers become interested in Godot, the more talent starts getting added into what makes Godot. At that point in time, the growth starts accelerating. So, and we're very close to that happening in my eyes. Looking at more and more serious people, even as hobbyists / indies. You're now seeing people who have a background in game development, who have worked for AAA studios, who would have that expertise, who for whatever reason are, whether it is in their spare time they're working on their own little hobby project, or they're retired, and they just want to have some fun in their after they stop making games for a living, and they start contributing to Godot and start helping out, and all of a sudden you start getting the expertise in to do these higher level things. Yeah, titanium, indeed. That's what I'm saying, is it's that balancing act. The more they can do, the less friendly it is, because in order for that complexity, or in order for that functionality to be to the level that they want, you get an added complexity. The one thing that I find really interesting with Godot is that there is a clear understanding within the core team that we don't need to be the fastest engine. We don't need to be the best performing engine. As long as we have enough performance for people to be able to build the games that they want to build, it is far more important that the development process is makes building games as easy as we can make it. Or, again, people who believe in our philosophy and the way that we approach games. And for me, one of the biggest examples there is the discussion that keeps popping up about, why is Godot not an ECS engine? Why is it a node-based engine? Nodes are slower. There's more overhead in nodes. Yeah, it is. But, for a lot of games that you build with Godot, you don't need that performance. And all of a sudden you have an engine that you can actually build the game that you want with in half the time than with an engine that does require that complexity, because someone else is building a game that does need that performance. Now, the problem, of course, is that the thing that we can't solve, and I don't think anybody can solve, although Unreal's doing a shockingly good job at that, is you can make a really badly performing game in any engine out there, no matter how good the engine is, if you don't know what computers are good at and what computers aren't good at, what GPUs are good at, what GPUs aren't good at. You can make the best engine run like crap by making dumb decisions, because you don't know that the approach that you take is not smart. And that is experience. That is something that people don't understand, that if you have a mindset that the engine should just take care of things, then you're never going to make a good game. You need to be willing to learn and find out, why is my game not working properly? What am I doing that is difficult for the game engine or difficult for the computer to do efficiently? And once you figure out that, and again, this is why I love, channels like Boundary Break, because here you see that even triple A games, these games that we look up to and have on a high pedestal, do all these crazy tricks to make you believe that it does 10 times more than it's actually doing. And where you suddenly find out, like, hey, these games aren't able to reach these performance benchmarks either if they take the normal approach. Instead, they use trickery, they use all sorts of techniques that make these games run at a good pace. And it has nothing to do with the engine that they built. It has everything to do with the people who built these games knowing what works and what doesn't work, knowing what they can do and what they can't do. And that's it. Okay, Jose, a multiplayer VR game. The problem that you have with that is that there are a lot of parts to doing that well. And a number of parts don't even have to do with your game engine. It has to do with setting up a server, with doing stuff. And the complexity also depends at that point in time. What are your goals? You know, are you going to do you know, a Fortnite? There are a lot of issues, a lot of things that you need to learn. But if you want to do a Among Us, all of a sudden you have a very different approach to doing things. Now, when you look at Godot, Godot is still missing a few things that are being worked on very hard at the moment. So when you look at Godot 3, there is a multiplayer API in there that allows you to do, you know, a bunch of multiplayer type games that don't require, you know, the high latency, high volume stuff that like a Fortnite needs. But you could do it Among Us or something like that. VoIP is the one thing that I'm not sure about, whether Godot 3 has libraries that allow you to do VoIP. I know that there's a bunch of people who have worked on that and might even have got it working. I do know that in Godot 4, there's a whole bunch of new stuff coming that people are working on. There is a whole bunch of things happening around multiplayer and supporting certain types of multiplayer games out of the box as well as possible. Now, that all said, I need to remember who it is. Because there is someone on YouTube who is everybody's gonna know what I'm subscribed to now. Yay. God, what is he called? There is a Godot YouTuber. Let's see if I can quickly find out who it is. Probably gonna go and look over it completely, of course. One of is called past it. What is his name? He did a session at the Godot, you know, the online thing that we did last year. Oh my god, what is his channel name again? Anyway, he does he actually streams on YouTube and mainly focuses on multiplayer stuff. But he's definitely not the only one. God, what was his name again? I got too many channels that I'm subscribed to. Some I haven't even looked at for years. God. I bet you I've already scrolled past them. Maybe actually if I go and look at the news. The problem is I probably need to go quite a bit back. When was that? Was that at the beginning of last year? Maybe? Godot call. Is that still alone? Oh, that scrolled really weird. Oh, yeah. Why am I not seeing his name? Oh, that's a nice one. Lyria doing her VFX. Maybe it was the one before that. Maybe it was the one we have in 2020. Betcha. Can't find it. Oh, it's already one. I should go to bed soon, guys. Was there another one that we had? Maybe it's this one. Yeah, because that was when David did that one. Here we go. What was it? Stefan Game Dev. Oh, but that still doesn't tell me what this channel name is. Fuck. Is it still on YouTube? Let's see. Maybe here. Videos. That's the January one. Here we go. Here you go. Game Development Center. That's the one I was looking for. So, yeah, Stefan has a whole bunch of multiplayer based videos online. So, check him out if you want to know about how to do multiplayer stuff. Where did I leave my? Yeah, I can highly recommend checking him out. Also, that session that he did on Godot Con gives a really good overview about the sort of things that you need to know about if you want to know, what to do. And that reminds me, David as well. David Snowpack for Snowpack Games. He's been doing a whole bunch of web stuff as well. So he's done, session on rollback call here. So he's done a whole session. Where does it start? Yeah, because he's working on a multiplayer game as well. He made a when you look at the tank game that Kids Can Code made a while ago with one of Kenny's art packs. David downloaded the same art pack and ended up making a similar game. But then network where everybody can join in and everybody has a little tank, and then that's sort of where he started. Yeah, the retro tank party game. So yeah, he started working on that, and there's a lot of information there as well. So those are definitely two things that that I would check out and have a look at. And yeah, the VoIP indeed. That's the one thing that I know that there are people working on that, and that there are libraries available, but I don't know enough detail to really point out where you should be looking for that. Yeah, titanium, that's definitely the sort of thing. The big problem that you have with those sort of things is they are like, what's the best way to say that? They're very specific to certain genres. So while there are a lot of similar approaches over different genres on how you how do you make your game configurable, which is really what you're talking about. The detail for one specific genre, like indeed, I'm making a I don't know, I'm making an RPG game, and I want my character to look a certain way. So I want to be able to swap out different face styles, different clothing styles, different etc. etc. Building something like that is very often very centered on the type of game that you're making, or your specific game that you're making. There really isn't like, hey, I can here's the library that does it for you, and you just plug in the things that you want. Very rarely something like that will do exactly what you need it to do for your game. So and again, it's even for me making tutorials. The number of times I get people asking, can you make a tutorial for this type of game? And I sort of go, oh, yeah, that's not a tutorial that you make in 2 or 3 videos. Now you're suddenly talking about something that's going to take 30, 40 episodes to get through. And that almost becomes a full-fledged game development thing at that point in time. And then it actually becomes more interesting to just develop a game and stream about it and have people follow that along, and then hopefully they pick out the things that they need to know to make their own game, because they are just too big. They so I guess Bracky's is another good channel, even though he's now retired, I think. And again, it's Unity based, but again, there's so many things that it's about technique. It's not about how you do it in a specific engine. It's about what is the technique to make that type of game, and then figuring out how to do it in a specific engine. All right, guys. I thought I was gonna talk another half hour. Now that we're done, I think I made it almost 1.5 hours after I finished with the work I was doing tonight. Luckily, I can sleep in tomorrow morning, which is kind of good. I had fun. Thank you all for watching. I hope you guys learned something. Again, I don't know when my next stream will be. I'm trying to do it at least once a month, if I can, twice a month. It'll probably be another Saturday, and I'll try to announce it a bit earlier than I did this time. But yeah, welcome on the journey of changing my dungeon game to a VR dungeon game. We'll see where we end up with it. So yeah, guys, everybody, hope you enjoyed it. Hope to see you next time, and have a great rest of your day. Talk to you guys soon.